I suppose now's a better time than ever to get started. We're only, what, like, hour and a half late? Not that bad. It is a new year. I don't know what you guys expect from me. Happy 2026. Happy to be here with y'all. First day of the year. Have had to spend the majority of the morning cleaning and trying to get my apartment back into a better state. And also doing my hair, like, for real. Very happy to see y'all. Happy New Year. Jesus Christ, you guys went crazy with the subs when we started. We got Ever with the Prime for 12 months getting us started. Two-Lays with the 13 months. Happy New Year. Kiara isn't sorry with the sub. Appreciate that. NCE throwing a 20 bomb before I'm even on camera. Thank you so much for that. Jesus. Appreciate y'all for the support, for the gifts, for everything. Oh, you have links. That'll be very helpful. We need to figure out what we're filming still. We got Anthony Humphreys with the 5 bomb as well. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. I really appreciate it. Peter with the tier 1 for 8 months. XCSS with the 10 months of support. Happy New Year. Just woke up to a Theo stream. Hopefully you've been getting some good rest and not just dealing with a hangover. We got Aviator Bites with the 3 months of Prime. SEO Food for the 10 months. Keter 4X for the 6 months. And PXP with the Prime. Thank you again to Anthony and to NCE for the gifts. Appreciate y'all a ton. How you guys are liking the hair? Yeah, I think that the holidays are bad for most people on Twitter, and the result is like the people who use Twitter for positive things aren't on as much, and the people who are using Twitter for not positive things don't have anything positive in their life and are on a lot more. So the average post is worse. And I saw a lot of awful posts, and I'm bad at ignoring it. When people are just straight up fucking lying and misleading on the internet in ways that are dangerous and hurting people, it's very hard for me to just shut up and scroll past, especially that 4.0 shit. Ooh, what do you got for me? Oh yeah, the Quen image layered stuff's really cool. I haven't had any chance to touch it yet. Really want to more though. I've been meaning to for a minute. I'm gonna put this in my saves. Video about data centers. Who made this? Slidebean. Interesting. Slidebean does occasionally have a banger or two. Excited to watch that later. Nerdlang. I'll keep an eye on this. Seems lame, but interesting. This actually looks fun. Love that I can't click things in chat because Twitch adds worse and worse features constantly. Another 3-bill model. I did save this. I haven't had a chance to look into it just yet. ByteDance models, like the image gen ones or the text ones. The text ones are because there's no way for us to put it on American infrastructure, which is important to us. Text to motion, bill param. Very interesting. I'll keep an eye on that. I saw there's the pickle one. Very interesting. Been complaining about 4.0 to everybody I can forever. I think I hit all these links. T3 chat wasn't open source. I didn't want to give the code to the labs for free. There's a future where we maybe open source it, but it doesn't really benefit us. JJ's been real fun. There's a non-edit version of Quen image that I'll definitely look into as well later. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. XCSS, the legend, 10 months in. I think I got you already. Aviator Bites, thank you for the Merry Christmas and the 3 months of Prime. SEO Food for 10 months of Prime. Keter for 6 months. PXP with the Prime. George Stone with the 14 months. I don't finish anything, I'm assuming is what the T is. 4 months of Prime, appreciate that. Hug More Trees, the Legend, 27 months, been around forever. Only a Sync with the Tier 1, thank you for that. Redrick with the Tier 1 for a month. Dark Ships of Doom with the 6 months of Tier 3, fucking legend out here, appreciate that so much. And Bam Boss 9000 with the Tier 1. Because 4.0 Mini and 4.0 have almost nothing in common. Like, that nobody is struggling with their mental health because they are going down a loop with 4.0 Mini. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, for me here. This is actually really interesting. Thank you for sending that. Interesting. That's against Sonnet, though. It is benching well. Very interesting. And that's a 40 bill model? 40 bill instruct. Very interesting. Yeah, I haven't used 4.0 Mini for a long ass time. It's ancient. Models just benchmark maxing. Makes sense. Vinny's a great dev. This will be a fun read. Saving that. Oh, you are Vinny, Dark Chips? I did not know that. Thank you, man. Seeing you a lot all around the performance circles. Good shit. Yeah, the Grok NVIDIA thing's interesting. I have a little too much inside info. Absolutely not updating Mac OS. Mentioned in previous stream, non-reasoning models are good for analysis. Reasoning models have a bad habit of creating too much context for their own good. I also just realized I forgot to pop out YouTube chat. Let me do that. I'll put it here, but I'll also try again, see if they fix the Firefox issues. Fingers crossed. You know what I'll do? We'll see how this goes. Over to all. AI bubble video? Always on the latest security, yes. Don't worry. Yeah, to be fair, we have this in our system prompt because a lot of models will just go in loops forever for it. I think this system prompt save us like a few $100 a month. It's stupid. All of this is stupid. But the fact that the system prompt leaks the way it does in Gemini 3 Flash shows just how fucking stupid it is. Yeah, Tahoe's miserable. This is fun. I'll add this in as well. I have no expectations for Grok. They are like the ultimate benchmaxers. But this looks fun. This is really good. This will be a fun thing for me to read off stream and then use as a reference point for a video. I actually have to grab a couple links that I have in my bookmarks. One sec. Okay. I have the key ones I wanted. This, I'm absolutely going to do a video. How to keep up in the AI era. So I'm trying to decide if I want to cover. I don't know if you guys have seen this post, but it's this person who has never actually coded before, getting super deep in it. Because they wanted Winamp again. Don't know if this is videoable, but I'm thinking about it. How hot is the cup? I just did it, or made the tea. That's why I was late. Given the AI era and be good at AI agent or in making agents when you're not a dev? No. It'll always be about devs. We're probably not doing this one today. Just don't have enough time. I have to leave in 4-ish hours, not even. You seem like you're struggling, bud. I'll just take care of that. Yeah, YouTube is rough. That'd be cool. AI get. These things are cool. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, the JJ in Effect arc. I've been enjoying JJ. There's a lot of little things that I've had to get used to, but I'm getting used to them. I'm using Raindrop.io right now. I miss Pocket, but Raindrop's been pretty good. Code build. I might do a Ralph Loops video. Pocket was the thing that Firefox purchased. They were a company before. Firefox bought them, and then slowly they just stopped maintaining it until they deprecated it. Green Ben, you can't drop links on YouTube chat. It won't let me let you. I've changed every setting, and it just will not allow it to happen. So if you want to share links, you got to use Twitch chat. Subtask 2. You're going to need to be way more specific than that. How do I make my hair work like this? Hair dryer and basic wax. 7 stars. I just don't think this is gonna be what I'm looking for just yet. Cool that people are working on things like that, but I'll wait till they're a bit further along. You still really should focus on using AI to learn, not to write, until you have a good grasp of what writing code is like. Yeah, I'm very much becoming part of the JJ cult. Ah. The main thing I want to do today, the reason I'm live, really want to do this. Ooh. The people cheating in homework in like high school and college is a very tough problem to solve. I think it's going to require a lot more in-person testing because homework basically doesn't work anymore. Yeah, these are not fun projects to compile. Check my wrapped on this. I think this is indexing too heavily on the recent posts. Yeah, the 107 startups, like that's, I just posted that. So it's just indexing on that. And like all of these are people I've interacted with in the last 5 hours. And I get like the Twitter API makes it really hard to get real info. I don't know, but I'm reacting to something related to this. Actually, you're falling behind as a dev. I can't be bothered about yet another attempt at doing an AI SDK that isn't close to feature comparable to the main ones. Traveling with AI now. I have not paid for the X API and I don't plan to. Effect TS video eventually once I do more effect. Same with JJ. I want to be a little happier with my understanding of JJ before I do that video. Oh, I actually have a tweet I drafted for this. Let me see if I still have that in my drafts, because I'll post it right now if I do. As I have to do one more thing with my Claude code if I'm going to be showing it as much as I plan to. Okay, we're good for now. I don't know why you're being restricted for these. Oh, somebody beat me to it. Fuck. This is the tweet. I did see Simon did a post. I will save this and honestly probably go through it if I do a like. I'll throw this in here. Why not? Okay, I can show this to you guys. Apparently, there's no way to hide my email address in the Claude Code welcome screen. Really? Really? That's a little stupid. That makes my life harder for no reason. Okay, the second link. Let me grab that one. And the third one is... Yeah. It's not in the browser. It's in the terminal. I have heard about the OS rewrite in Rust. I wish him luck. Oh, Microsoft said it wasn't true. Okay, good to know. Interesting. I will play with this eventually. Seems really cool. If you're not signed in with an account on one of the premium tiers, it won't have your email. It'll just like have a different thing because it's using the API key version. GitLab is not an upgrade from GitHub. It's a side grade. We think all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. We got Bamboss with the tier 1. Thank you for that. RamXB with the 18 months of support. Legend. RJT RockX with the Prime. Amatos, or Autotamos with the 27 months. Legend. And then Spitfire with that resub there with that question. Thank you for that. Employees like Mark Liu. I think they get more shit than they deserve, but I also don't think they're doing anything exceptional. I like Peter Levels a lot. Levels IO is fine, and like we can learn from him in terms of like the way he optimizes for velocity and fixing things rather than tons of guardrails, especially in a new like more vibe codey era. I think his way of doing things is worth learning a bit from. Not necessarily we should copy the exact way he does stuff, but we can learn from his inertia. DeepSeek put out a new paper today. God damn it. Too much going on. Oh shit, Guillermo published that. We were talking about that if I recall. Very Guillermo of him. Yeah, the Lee Rob thing was nuts. Yeah, this is what I would like. I'm going to send this to a friend who's on the Claude Code team. I can't believe there's actually no way for me to hide my email in Claude Code. That's kind of absurd. Can somebody drop the paper? Oh, here's the paper. These fuckers are so cracked. I was trying to explain to somebody last night. It's like, oh, it feels like DeepSeek disappeared. They aren't doing anything. They were so far ahead and now they're not. No. They cook differently. They are here to do research, and their research is continuously advancing past what almost any other lab is capable of. You see how I can pipe Claude through that redacts the output? I wish. It's not that simple, sadly. Yeah, there is nothing I can do, it appears. That is very annoying. I not stick with the kinesis because I literally couldn't use it. I just wanted to reply with this. Yep. I did see somebody made this. It seems really cool. But I did the $200 sub, so I'm just trying to use Claude Code as is. You're trying to take advantage. I might cancel after this month, so I want to take as much advantage of the $200 a month sub tier as I can. I think Ben's killing it with his new stuff. Let me do my offset and take the teabag out. 43, 40. I'll do 30. All's good. Cool. Are you signed into an account, Shane? Thank you, Joe, for the sub. Appreciate that. Not heard of Quint code. I just filmed a new Kilo ad yesterday. Will be out soon. Haven't minded it so much. I know too much about the things it breaks. I don't have it in me spiritually to deal with my Mac being more annoying. Yeah. This could be a video, just like Dario is right. Okay, I will show you guys, but I'm going to censor it. Here, the blurred part is where my email was. My email is in the welcome on 2076. Uh, I don't think it's because I'm an org user. Huh. I don't know why it looks so different for me. You can't fork because it's closed source. If they were open source, we'd be good. I also did the same thing, Kira. Your phone's not waterproof? I'll start a fresh terminal instance and see. Yep, it definitely shows my email again. Covering it because, yeah. I don't know what the difference between personal and org accounts is because I have a personal account. Yeah, I'm not seeing any way to hide it. Yeah. I'm just going to keep complaining until they fix it. It's annoying. This actually makes me hesitant to use Claude Code. I had like a whole plan for what I wanted to do today that this is ruining. Ugh. I do appreciate y'all helping me try to do a workaround for this. Previously, I was using the API NMG because I didn't have a sub, so I just used the API keys. Now I have a sub and I'm trying to use the subscription. I signed in with my personal Gmail, that's why. And I don't want to like make a new sub and move everything over. Well, /clear, it should go away. Let's see. It's just, I've seen it reappear. It's funny, the first time it didn't work. The second time it did. So like now it's gone. But I have no confidence that like if I kill this, will it reappear in my terminal history? Okay, it didn't. It looks like that is my best bet. Obnoxious. I don't have an org or an org name. You can't change your email on your account. Like none of these are that simple. Ugh. Every user gets an org. Don't think that there's a way to get rid of that exactly. The run clear is the first message. Let me test that and see if it will. Oh, it flashes my welcome screen on screen when that happens. So there will be like one frame where my email leaks. Ooh, this is actually tempting doing the pass. I have passes too, but like there's a lot of things I wanted to showcase that involve me like showing things in the dashboard for my account against how I'm using it as my account. And all of these are a risk. Don't worry, I have plenty of coupons for doing the Claude Code thing. Appreciate it though. My contact has not gotten back to me. I'm considering doing the API billing, but again, it doesn't show me what I want to. I have scrubbed that leak out really well, and I don't want to do it again because it's a lot of work to scrub leaks when they happen. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. There is no simple workaround. There is no, but what about, or simple thing. It just is a thing that sucks. Appreciate it, guys, but I can't work around this one. I'm really excited about this new Nexel post for me to read later. This one as well. Appreciate everybody letting me potentially use their login, but Claudius might, but I doubt it. And even if it does, like, I don't want to switch to a different app just to hide my email account. Guys, I don't need to use someone else's login. I appreciate it, but I'm good. Thank you all, but I like don't need someone else's. Devinol Claude. I'll try this. Did not work for me. I also made it lag a lot. Oh, and if I put this in this, it'll be in my bash history too. Oh, no, I can't. I really appreciate it. Oh, this one is does not include my email. Thank you guys. I'll try this. Nope. Did not work. Good attempts. Appreciate the attempts. Is this like in the actual source code? Yeah, I didn't use my email in the command history, so I won't have to worry about that, but yeah. Ugh, yeah, no worries, Yash. Appreciate you for trying to reverse engineer it, my legendary reverse engineer. Yo, Joe, thank you for the resub. And Gusty Cube, who made a new benchmark. Do models know what they don't know? Another benchmark for hallucination. I like this a lot. Thank you for making that. I will take a look after stream. Conductor seems really cool, and I do want to try it. I'm not using the cursor. I want to use the CLI. I've been using the CLI. I have like a whole plan for how I want to film a video, and I can't do it because I'm going to leak my email 15 fucking times throughout it. I want to just like randomly open a bunch of Claude codes and show you how I use them, but I can't safely do that because they don't give me a single obvious fucking toggle. It just means I can't film the videos. That's the conclusion, sadly. Why not do it in the code editor? Because I just fucking explained this. I want to use the CLI the way I use the CLI every day so I can show you guys how I actually work. I don't want to change how I work because they can't hide an email address from the CLI. I don't want to give you guys a different experience than I have every day because I can't fucking hide an email address. I don't know why this is hard to understand. Like, just listen before suggesting. Please. Use your ears before your mouth. It'll make your life so much better. So much better. This looks promising. Your CLI doesn't need to show your email every time you fucking open it. Most people would agree with this. What did you link me? That's not cute. Okay, that's not a Rickroll. Ooh, this looks very, very fun. I will watch this. Oh, I do have it in my watch later. I will watch this after stream for sure. I'm re-adding it so it'll be number 1 on the list. In the Claude JSON, can I do that? Let me try that. Organization name. Oh man, that might have done it. That was the trick. Who's the chatter that dropped that? Tomble. You are the legend. You are king. We have our winner. I can't believe it. Chat did find a solution. Look at that. W. Video saved. Now I just need to make sure it won't reset itself randomly. I'm going to reopen and close a few times. Think we're good. I'll risk one with y'all. Checking a new terminal. Hiding just in case. We are good. Thank you, chat. I also hope it doesn't resync. Infinite loop that writes to the file over and over just in case. It'll override as soon as the auth token expires. Yeah, but then I get a funny clip that I can bitch at. instead of it opening like hundreds of different times throughout the stream, it might happen once and I can yell at them for it. That'll be much better because I can like reasonably crash out for that mid video filming. I can't as reasonably crash out for that every time I open it. Optimize for the clips that will make what you want happen. Cool. That makes me feel much better. Remove write access for a bit. Tempting. Why does this think we're using Clerk? This is really funny. That's really funny. This is T3 chat where we're not using Clerk. Shit. Just got a huge gift bomb from Jamie. I don't know if you saw what we just went through, but this is very good timing. Appreciate the support, man. Just spent a lot of time fighting to get Claude Code to not leak my email every time I open it. Oh, God. Now I'm scared. I'm so scared. Okay, this is fucking legendary. This is actually hilarious. Very good post. Yeah, thank you, Jamie, as always, for the endless support. As you know, we love you over at Convex. For those who don't know, Jamie's CEO of Convex, even though he hides that. You sent that tweet earlier? My bad. Sorry, I missed it. Nice video on the rap stuff. Thank you. I was really proud of that one. There are so many little Convex things that have made my life easier for stuff like that. Like there's one here. It's wrong about the clerk thing, but the fact that I can just define a function, go to the Convex dashboard, run it, and do things is so nice. It is just, there's all of these little things. There's no one big like Convex is better because X. It's Convex makes your life better because A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Like just so many of these things. I often show T3 chat code in videos and streams, like pretty often, whenever it makes sense to. He says over product. Yep. Yep. Your coworker got fired and you immediately moved you guys to Convex from Mongo? Legendary. Oh, why don't I hide what? Oh, why don't I hide the code? Because it's useful context to have. I think people seeing real code and talking about it is useful. Okay, I feel much better. I feel like I have everything I need to film an awesome video now. It's 5:20. I need to wrap up in like 2.5 hours. So we should be really strategic about what we do. This one, like if we're going to post this video, we need to do this ASAP. I want to get my key points. Yeah, I have the bookmark for the DeepSeek paper already saved. Very excited to read that later. Proxy method's more permanent. Interesting. Did you just make this now for me? Fucking legend. Actual fucking legend. So the issue is the email isn't actually coming from the data.email field. It's coming from an organization name field. So that's what I censored. This is so fucking cool, though. Thank you all. Chat, you guys have been great today. If I can open Claude Code once more right now, and it doesn't have my email in it, we're good to go. Okay. I think I'm confident to say we're good to go now. Sending a message, make sure it doesn't update. Hide, reopen. We are still good. Signing out and we'll break it for sure because it clears that field. Think we're good. I'm hoping we're good. I think we're good. They appreciate all of you. Okay, so the weird like mental gymnastics I'm trying to do. Oh, I forgot to put on my fucking earring. I'm gonna run down and do that before I start filming. But the mental gymnastics I'm trying to figure out is that I have like 3 video ideas here that overlap enough that they kind of feel like the same video, but I'd love if they weren't. So obviously I like having more videos. This post alongside what Dario previously said about most of our code being written by AI. That is a video. Then there is 2025, the year in LLMs by Simon. Good overview of what changed. Then there is I got Claude Code pilled, which is its own whole separate thing. Then there is how I personally changed how I write code over the year 2025. And that 4 pieces, like all of those have enough overlap that they kind of feel like the same video. I'm going to think on this, and I'm also going to go grab my earring so that I have it in because I hate when I don't. It just feels silly. I'll be right back. Prediction video would be a 5th video. Back. Thought really long and hard about it and came to no conclusions at all. I have no idea. This went nowhere. I'll take a look at this eventually. I could actually see myself doing this. Like, I'm going to do merch. I would like to do jewelry. Like, that is actually a thing I like to do. I have a lot of friends who do awesome custom shit. Harm of sitting down and writing out an outline, because it's not I need to know what the topic is before I can write the outline. I should do more outlines. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll film this first, and if it becomes something else, then it becomes something else. Key points. Image studio. Overhaul. And it was good. Overhaul was way better. TS understanding. Still shit. The next one was Claude blocker. And Claude editing. Claude. And then feel the vibes. Allow dangerously. Cool. I really want to do this one still. But that one is like, I can do it whenever and it's just as relevant. I already filmed this video and it should be out very soon. My name is Tito. I don't have anything to say about Spectre of Indev. I don't like it. And I don't have enough experience with it to properly explain why I don't like it. So I'm just going to avoid the topic. Yeah. I'm thinking like Dario was right and your Claude code clicked for me are two that are good enough themselves. And then maybe I'll do a general 2025 thing as well. I saw this video did really well, which is why I was curious enough to talk about this. Can I do an AI? Like, I haven't watched this video. Has anybody here watched this? And if you have, can I get a summary? I'm just curious, like, what specifically this one was about. Oh, did he do his own AI chat? Nothing too notable, it seems. Big posting with continual learning. Ooh. Is one of the guys from oh no, he's not. Never mind. Joke about having 7 running at once for the intro. I could do that. You know what? Let's architect that. It'll be annoying. Code P T3.gg. Let me write out, or I'll do this. Don't touch design. Make a new page. use your front end design skill. The resulting page should be at /4. Cool. And what I will do, and it's just easier to multiplex in this. Maybe 6 is fine. Now we can actually see a little bit of them. How about what? Sorry, I was distracted doing my own bullshit. Ask Claude to open 7 CLIs. I don't know how much it can control the UI within Claude itself, or within my like terminal with Ghosty. Okay, that looks good enough. Yeah, the org disappeared because it's a small enough like screen size. So I'm a Claude code guy now. Let's do this. I'm gonna wait till I'm a little further into the intro before I run all of these because they will be done running before the intro is done otherwise. Yeah. Yeah. Over the winter break, something interesting happened. Anthropic, or how do I want to word this? Over the Christmas break, or over the holiday break, something interesting happened. Anthropic gave you a 2x increase in your rate limits on Claude Code. And I decided that I wanted to try my best to hit it. And man, have I had a wild ride. Let me get these all going. Wait until they're a little further. I never thought I'd see the day where I'm running 6 Claude Code instances in parallel. But this is basically my life now. I haven't opened an IDE in days. I have been building more than I've ever built. And I'm questioning what the future looks like for us as an industry. I knew Claude Code had improved since I last used it, and I knew Opus 4.5 was capable of things that I didn't think were possible using LLMs previously. I did not think this would fundamentally change the way that I write code. Not only has it changed it, over the break, I built 2 full projects from scratch, over the holiday break, I built 2 full projects from scratch, a web and mobile app for one of them, did some crazy overhauls to those projects throughout, published a bunch of work for new features in T3 chat, and just configured my entire operating system using Claude Code. I think it's safe to say at this point in time, I'm a little Claude Code pilled, and I want to share a bit about why. That said, Anthropic is certainly not paying me any money. In fact, I had to bump to the $200 a month subscription to do this, so we're going to do a quick break for somebody who is paying me. Today's sponsor. I'll admit, this was a demo I just rigged up for the sake of this video. I just had a bunch of Claude Code instances editing pages on my personal site. But it's not too far from how I've been using things in reality. I have been making a lot of real work and doing a lot of surprisingly difficult tasks with Claude Code. And I've gone so deep that even Ben is surprised. I'm doing things he didn't think the models were capable of. Just to get us started, I want to show you, just to get us started, I want to show you guys the main project I cooked throughout break. Do I still have this open? Cool. Yeah. This is my new Image Studio app. This is meant to be a prototyping playground to figure out what we want the image generation experience to be like in T3 chat. And yes, it's that image gen mock demo I've been doing all the time. The difference is it's no longer a mock. Let's just pick a handful of models, ones that don't take 2 years to generate. Sorry, GPT image 1.5. Let's generate a sea lion riding a bicycle. Let's use some more AI quick. Picture of a sea lion on a bicycle in New York City. Cool. Oh, do I not have the sidebar scrollable? Perfect. We have our first demo. Hop over to an instance that is working. I'm almost positive this is the one I'm actually running. Ignore the name of the folder. I was playing around a lot with... I don't want to word this point. Oh, do I not have a convex running? I don't. Bonex convex dev. Cool. Exit. Cool. This one? Oh, I have to cd to packages backend. There we go. Cool. Yeah. There we go. Awesome. This is all the one I wanted. So apparently I never set up scrolling for the sidebar, which is kind of hilarious. Normally my screen's a little higher resolution than it is when I'm filming. So let's fix that. Where was my email showing? Where did I do this to myself? Oh no. In the errors? Oh. Annoying. Well, thankfully that won't be in the final video. Good catch. Okay, why did this open with an entirely different UI? Why? Why? I don't get it. I'm so confused. New version, it's the same exact. It's 2076. Is it when you don't do allow? Nope. Ugh. What a wild ride. Stealthy hotfix or a feature flag enabled for me. Let me check Twitter and see if any of those are actually likely. Cool. Well, Tarek saw it, and then suddenly I stopped accidentally leaking my email. So we'll take that as a win. Anyways, back to where we are. Cut back here. I just went down wild rabbit hole. This keeps happening. Anyways. So I can't actually hit the generation button because I never set up a scroll view here. So I'm just going to show you how I've been using things. The sidebar in the web app does not let me scroll. This makes it... You know what? I'll voice the text again. The sidebar in the web app does not allow me to scroll. This means that on small screens, I'm unable to hit the generate button. And now we wait, not even that long, and this issue will be fixed. You might have noticed I specified web app. There's a reason for that. Not only did I build this app as a fully functioning web interface, I actually went as far as to make it a monorepo with a mobile app too. And how I did that is possibly even crazier than the fact that I did both. We'll get there, don't worry. One of the things of note is that when you start a new session, it doesn't really keep track of any context. You can /resume to go to an old session ID, but if you don't, it has to recontextualize its knowledge of the code base. It's actually been really nice to be in a long-running thread where I just tell it to do something else and it knows enough from previously to know where to start. I no longer find myself clearing the history and starting a new chat thread for every single thing I do when I'm doing agentic coding with Claude Code, especially if it has a pretty good idea of where things are in a code base for a medium-sized project like this. To be fair, the implementations on any of the pieces of this project are still relatively small, but the amount of surface area there is to cover now across the multiple packages is actually quite reasonable, especially considering the fact that I have yet to open an IDE for this project. Cool. Forgot to turn on bypass permissions because I'm running it allow dangerously now. That's the point I'm at in life. Did it work? Oh, wrong. Fun run dev. Oh, it does not appear to have worked. When I try and scroll on the sidebar, it attempts to do a whole page scroll, which doesn't work because the only scroll container currently functioning is the scroll container for the grid. I think we need a different approach to make scrolling work properly on the sidebar. Of course, the thing isn't working the way it does almost always when I am using it, when I am now here trying to film. Chat making a very good point that this alone just disqualified new vibe coders. Yeah, this is still the problem. And I want to make sure that when I do content about this stuff, that I emphasize this point. These tools are significantly better if you already know how to code. Their strengths are much weaker if you don't yet. But now that I've made this one specification, it was able to make the right changes and get this all working as expected. Awesome. Sidebar form fields now scroll independently when the generate button stays fixed at the bottom, and I will command minus a bunch to make sure it goes away when it's zoomed out enough. It does. Awesome. So now that we know this all is working as expected, sure, we'll do 16 by 9. Why not? Standard resolution, because some of these models don't support higher res. Actually, if I turn off Nano Banana, we can do high res. Generate. And now we have 3 models separately generating images for this random test I wanted to do. Of course, the backend is all through Convex. You guys know I've been loving Convex. Front end is a standard Tailwind app. All of the UI was done by Claude. We had a lot of back and forth. This is rendition like 5 or 6, like full UI overhauls, because those types of things are surprisingly easy to do with a tool like Claude Code. If you just spin up a few work trees, throw Claude in them, and tell it, you can even copy paste the exact same prompt. Like, I want to redesign this homepage. Something stupid I have been doing recently is having it spin up 3 different routes with the exact same feature, like /1, /2, /3, and then I go and compare them and tell them I like this in route 1, but there are some things I like about route 2 and 3. Can we bring these ideas over but focus on the design from route 1? And it handles this stuff incredibly well. And good point, chat. I did also use ShadCN. ShadCN has made my life much easier. But let's pick one of these that we like. This looks good enough. Obviously, arrow navigation works fine. If I didn't even need to tell it to do that, it just did. Seed Dream did not honor the aspect ratio I gave it. That's a good thing to know. Banana Pro did. Let's do one of the features I was most excited about here. You can't see this button, but there's a little chat icon right there, because any picture you generate in this app can become a conversation. Let's say we specifically want Banana Pro and Seed Dream to do this. Replace the sea lion with a corgi. And now we have a chat interface for follow-ups. Phase, do your magic. Of course, image generation models still aren't the fastest thing, but they're more than fast enough. And here we are. We made a new generation with a corgi. Still one click to download if you want to do that. We can zoom in and see him if we want to get better look. Not bad. How's this one? I like this one more. So we'll pick the Nano Banana one, and we will do one more follow-up. In this follow-up, I will tell it to, I don't know, change the text to say Corgico. I'll be more specific. On the sign to say Corgico. This has been a very fun side project for playing around both with this has been a super fun side project both for playing around with Claude Code and trying to push its limits, but also for playing around with new UX flows. I wanted to see how it would feel to have a 2-style view where we hop between a gallery view and a chat view. I was just really curious how it would feel to use a UI like this, and I'm finding that for the most part it's really good. There are catches, there are always catches, but I am actually overall quite enjoying this experience. Especially because, thanks to Convex, not only does it sync fully, it syncs fully with the mobile app. I want to show you guys some of the most absurd prompts I've run in my life because I did not think this would work. Resume. Is there a to show all project? Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Trying to find the one where I started this. Oh, never mind. Let me get to it. I know it was in the with mobile at some point. Claude, allow dangerously, / resume, A to show all. I'll find this pretty quick. Let me Aha. Found it. Here is a real prompt that I sent to Claude Code. I want to turn this project into a monorepo with the current web app and a React Native mobile application. For the mobile app, use the following stack: Expo, React Native, Expo Router, TypeScript, Bun, Uniwind for Tailwind bindings, and Convex using existing Convex bindings. We only care about iOS for now, so don't put meaningful effort into multi-platform support. Ideally, the Convex bindings and definitions will be shared between projects. Use TurboRepo for managing the monorepo and subpackages. Write a thorough plan. This was meant to be a task it could not complete. I got here because I am now convinced there are very few tasks Opus in the right harness cannot complete. I mostly did this as a joke. I was planning on taking a screenshot of this prompt and posting it on Twitter, saying, LOL, nothing can possibly do this. And then it did. Yeah. This run took over an hour, if I recall correctly. The plan took like 20 minutes by itself. Can I go to this plan? Look at that. The plan is still saved. This is just the mobile app feature implementation. Is there a... or maybe it like overrode this at some point? Yeah, I think it overrode this at some point. So the history here is the right one. Convert the current web into a turbo repo monorepo with a new Expo React Native mobile app sharing the Convex backend. We have apps, web, mobile, packages, backend shared, TypeScript config for sharing TypeScript config stuff between things, turbo, JSON, package, JSON, and PMRC. It named the package, or it had names for all the new packages, designed the foundation with a root workspace config, and PMRC in order to handle the weirdness that is how packages are linked between things in Node and monorepos. Created the different packages it needed to. Moved things over to app/web. Even calls out critical files it's going to have to modify and change. Phase 2, it extracted the shared packages. You get the idea. It wrote a very thorough plan. I gave it a really quick once-over. I don't even think I told it to change anything else, if I recall. I think I just said, do it. Looks from here like that's exactly what happened. And then it just ran. And it ran. And it ran. It even remembered to use its front-end design skill, which, by the way, is just a markdown file saying, don't make it look like AI slop. It tried running bun install. It got errors. It went and fixed a bunch of the versions. It updated the package JSON accordingly. It still got errors. It went and fixed more things. Then it stopped getting errors when it tried to build. It moved from Uniwind to native wind at some point because it was having problems with Uniwind. But it just kept going. Noticed more mistakes with how it was calling the APIs. I need to fix the mobile app to use the correct API functions. Let me update the home screen. And then suddenly, it was done. The monorepo conversion is complete. Here's a summary of what was done. Yeah. To be fair, the mobile repo had a good number of problems. Specifically, the convex URL was not loading into the mobile app properly. It also did a bad job of copying over my environment variables, both because I had changed to a mono repo and to a workspace, which is the JJ equivalent of a work tree, at the same time as I did this. So it just kind of lost track of environment variables. Did a tiny bit of moving files around in Finder to fix that. Then I kept hitting weird server-side errors that apparently were from native wind. Then it mostly worked. I think I still hit 1 or 2 errors and raged at it. Let's get to that point. If I hit the double escape, will it show me what I did? No, it won't. Probably said to do compaction at some point. Apparently my messages are missing from the history. They're not really great about history with this stuff. So I'm just going to show you guys the PR. Here is the mobile monorepo PR. Keep that open too. The thing that was craziest to me was this. Greptile did a review of this PR and gave it a 5 out of 5 confidence score the first try, which I just didn't think made any sense. Called out some places where there were duplicate imports, but didn't really matter. And this is a huge PR. That's 2,300 lines added and 400 removed, breaking up one project into 5 packages and adding a mono repo. Or it broke one project up into 5 packages, set up Turbo Pack and Turbo Repo correctly. Just Turbo Repo, not Turbo Pack. Same difference. Retake on that. It was able to break up one project into 5 packages with a somewhat complex Turbo Repo setup with no issues and add a mobile app. There was a slight problem with it adding the mobile app, though, which is that it ran the expo init command, which by default includes git, which caused a sub-git tree to exist, and JJ just ignored it. So I actually forgot to include the mobile app in this when I merged it, which shows you how thoroughly I was reviewing the code. I didn't even notice that the app was missing. This ended up bothering me much later as I was trying to do other things with work trees, and the mobile app was missing when I did it. Again, turns out I had forgotten that. Ended up asking Claude for help with JJ. Fixed my history, because again, JJ just doesn't give a fuck. You can go edit your history. It's so nice. And then re-added the mobile app on a separate branch. Asked Greptile to review again. And again, got a perfect fucking score. My hand-rolled changes that are like 200 lines of code usually get like a 3 out of 5. And I was hitting 5s out of 5s constantly with the changes that Opus was making. Now, is Greptile going to be the objective, perfect way to review code? It saying 5 here and 3 there means that this is better than that? No. But it is fucking fascinating to see. And if you look through the code, it all makes sense. Maybe a 1,000 line of code TSX file isn't the greatest thing in the world, but welcome to React Dev. We have all the mutations for all the things that we are doing in a thread. A timeout that will help with the scroll to end. That all makes sense. God, the GitHub UI is obnoxious. It didn't quite get the keyboard avoiding view properly, but it wasn't too far off either. But honestly, I can just show you guys. I should use another mobile phone for this, but I'm dumb. So let's just do it. Get that QR code scanned. And then mirror. Give me 1 sec. And here we are, the mobile version. macOS's mobile share thing is really annoying with resolutions, but we have the mobile app and it works. And since, again, we were using convex, everything stays in sync. So if I go and create a new gen here, 2 corgis sharing an ice cream cone, and I hit gen here, it syncs with the web UI as well. With no special anything. I didn't tell the model to do this. This is just convex, which is another one of those things that has fundamentally changed how I build. But one of the things that makes all of this so powerful is that convex is just a folder in the code base that you configure, which means the model doesn't need some crazy MCP bullshit to go change settings in a dashboard. It just edits the folder. Apparently command 4 will change the size of this. No, it will not. I have no idea what I just did when I did that. Give me a sec. Cool. That is fixed. Yeah. You get the idea, though. This is a full functioning mobile app that's a lot less laggy on my phone. It's actually been pleasant. Like, I've been using this to do random image gen for some work stuff. The hardest parts of this project, by far, were dealing with GCP and the Google Cloud dashboard to get the tokens I needed to do auth, and then configuring Clerk, Convex, and all of the Vercel stuff to handle build and deployment properly for a productionized version. The thing that was hard for this was getting it into prod because I had to fight all of these legacy dashboards and tools and things. Everything else was super smooth. Even other annoying bullshit like implementing auth, which even with the best tools, even with things like Clerk and WorkOS, is not the easiest thing, especially when you have multiple platforms and 3 different packages in your code base that need to have auth added. I need it in the mobile app, I need it in the web app, and I need it in Convex in a way that Convex functions know the user is auth and they know who the user is. All of these layers are annoying to get right, even on a good day. And it just did it. It's another 1,800 lines of code added, but it did it and got another 5 out of 5 confidence score. So I merged it. Would I put this code in front of all of our users for T3 chat without a more thorough audit? Absolutely not. But is it worth talking about the fact that I was able to, from scratch, build all of this without opening an IDE a single fucking time? I think that's worth talking about. That's 11,900 lines of code. That's a real code base. That's not a massive code base, but that's a real code base. And this entire thing was generated on the $200 tier of Claude Code. That's just absurd if you think about it. Like, this isn't just tab complete in our editors. This isn't just like, go change these 3 files for me or deprecate this thing. This is a fundamental change in how I think about writing code. And also a bit of a change on how I think about using my computer. We'll get to that in a sec, but I want to show one other project I built using all of this. Let's do a new terminal for this. Let me go reset up the extension. Give me a sec. Extensions. So one of the problems I have with Claude Code, and also one of the problems I have with Claude Code and tools like it, is now that I'm running these jobs that can take 45 minutes to multiple hours, I find myself getting distracted. And then I don't go back when the work is done and I don't want to set up some audio queue or some shit. Even if I did, I don't have the discipline. I'm just going to browse Twitter, which is why I made an extension that locks me out of Twitter unless I have work going in one of my Claude Code terminals. I'll ask it to make the UI look better, just some bullshit busy work. And now my Twitter's unlocked, and I can once again see my tweet where I complain to the Claude Code team that I can't hide my email address. But as soon as the work is done, I will be locked out of Twitter again. This has been a weirdly powerful boost to my productivity. And I have also not opened up an IDE to look at the code for this project at any point. Do I look at it on GitHub sometimes? A little, not much. Would I trust this code with my life? No, not at all. But is it a fun side project that I had an idea for that I was able to build in half an hour instead of a day? Yeah. That's what's cool here. It's changing whether or not I'm willing to make a project, not whether or not I'm capable. I was always capable of building things like this. I'm not doing things I couldn't do before. I'm doing things that I didn't bother doing before because suddenly they are so much easier to do. Ooh, which UI service do I want to improve? Never mind. I like it as is. Nah. And now it's done, and I'm back to locked out of Twitter. That's cool. The fact that I could hack this together in just like a day of work, the fact that I could hack this together in like 30 minutes of work where I was doing other things and working on the mobile app at the same time, that's really cool. I had 2 of these Claude Code instances running for the mobile app and then one running for this project all at the same time, and would constantly get kicked out of Twitter when I went to talk about it and ask people questions because when all of the jobs ended, I would get booted. This was such a fun little thing to build. This one's open source, by the way. Claude Blocker is live on GitHub if you want to play with it. I've already submitted it to the Chrome Web Store so we can get the extension out ASAP. Those take a while to get reviewed, especially when you have more grandiose permissions because you need access to tabs to do things to pages. But I could do it. I could do it without much effort. I put this whole thing together without much time spent. People are already making changes to it, which is really cool. But man, like this type of thing was stuff that I would maybe do if I had a lot of free time sometimes. And I really want to emphasize this point. Like, these tools aren't just good for making your job simpler or trying to like do work that is tickets from Jira or whatever. The thing that's really fun for me with AI code is that there are all of these ideas and vague things that I like could have done. Like I could have built an app that was just to parse my Notion history, which I did today. I have a different file in Notion for every month where I log every day what I did that day. And I wanted it all to be in one file so I could hand it to LLMs to make them judge me and roast me. Just getting all of the content out of those in order was annoying. So I put them in a directory. I opened Claude Code. I said, make these one file, and it wrote scripts to run and make the changes to make it one file. These are all things I could do before. I knew how to write all of this code. But if I was going to spend a certain amount of time in a day writing code, it was more important that that time went to projects that mattered, and I didn't have as much left over to do fun side projects. And if I did, I would pick the single biggest, most fun side project, not dozens of them. Now I find myself spinning up random projects all of the time, and sometimes I find myself using Claude Code for things that aren't even projects. Remember that thing I said earlier about the way I use my computer changed? Let's just look at some examples. I need you to update my JJ config to sign commits the same way that my Git config does. This one I think I had multiple messages for. I guess it's just not restoring properly. That is really annoying. It seems like resume is just kind of broken. Whatever. The thing I wanted to show is that I was able to update my JJ config to fix my commit signing by asking it to, and then it did. I was able to add a new script to my Z shell that was a script that will automatically break something out into a work tree, change to that directory, and copy over all of my env files from that project by just asking it to do that. I'm not just asking Claude Code to edit files in a code base and occasionally search the web for more context. I'm asking it to use my computer and make changes to my setup in my environment the way I normally would, between like 5 different tabs, a bunch of searching, a bunch of trial and error. Or I can just tell Claude Code to do it and go grab a tea. It's unbelievable. There are so many things that just didn't make sense for me before, be it a new side project, be it a weird extension I want to build, be it configuration changes I want to make to my system, be it the move to JJ instead of Git, where I'm starting to move off of Git as my default like CLI and way of managing repositories. These types of things weren't as viable before, and now with things like Claude Code, they are suddenly much more viable. Is there anything else in my list? Also, I'm going to close that. Don't need any more. If you're still new to tools like this, I won't necessarily recommend that you do what I'm about to show you immediately. Definitely keep it in the standard, definitely keep it in the standard prompt you for edits mode. Then when you have the confidence, switch over to auto accept edits. And then after you've done this for a while and you've let it run commands that edit your system, change things, and take risks maybe a little more than you expected and were surprised with the results, like I and many others have been, you can switch over to allow dangerously. I understand why they hide it. I understand why they are so strict about this. But allow dangerously skip permissions, it's so fun. It's genuinely so fun. I admittedly have a bias here, which is that if I end up being one of those people where Claude randomly nukes my home folder, I get really good content out of that. If that happens to you, you probably don't have benefits. It probably just sucks. If that happens to me, it'd be one of the greatest days of my life. I could make so much good content about that. But it probably won't. But it could. But I'm also doing a few things to prevent it because I want to do my best. Due to a series of unfortunate events on Twitter I do not feel like going into, I was made aware of this new project, the Claude Code Safety Net. This is a plugin that you can add to Claude Code. Shout out Daisy for the plugin system. It's awesome. One of the coolest things about it. It's a Claude Code plugin that acts as a safety net, catching destructive Git and file system commands before they execute. So if the model decides to do some crazy shit with Git or some crazy shit with RM, it will prevent it from doing that and give you one last check to the user, even when it's in the dangerously modes. Will this catch everything? Absolutely not. You could still write a bash file and then put it in your system and then execute it that does those things, and it can and it will. The models love to try and work around the restrictions they have. If they can't edit a file by using the edit tool, they will run a bash script to edit it instead. If they can't do that, they'll run a Perl script to do it instead. The models are very, very weirdly willing to work around the restrictions you give them. So know that this will never be perfect. But for my personal risk profile, the combination of this plugin, the, again, Claude Code Safety Net plugin, alongside my... But again, for my risk profile and the things that I'm concerned about, the combination of the Claude Code Safety Net plugin and my own traditional usage of Claude Code in Allow Dangerously has not come close to causing me any problems. I've been impressed. This has been a wild deep dive over the last 2 weeks, and I don't know how it's going to affect the way I code long term. Obviously, I still love Cursor. I still have my investments there, so account for the biases accordingly. When I actually want to see the code and do my job as an engineer, not just dick around with a lot of different things and ideas, I still very much like using a tool such as Cursor. And when the code base already exists and has things going on in it, and I'm working in a code base as my job, Cursor's whole agentic environment is still something I really enjoy. But when I'm experimenting, when I'm screwing with my system, when I am in some crazy greenfield thing, or I just want to let something run in the background for an hour on some crazy task, I've been impressed with Claude Code. Now, there's 2 questions I know are already swarming in the comment section because the people who are asking these probably didn't watch to the end. Sorry to them. Question 1, what about OpenCode? OpenCode's really good. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I wanted to try out the new Claude Code updates in the new Claude Code subscription tier in the way that a lot of people have been using it, because I haven't really had the Claude Code clicked for me moment yet. And this is what pushed me over the edge. It's a combination of Opus 4.5 being an unbelievably smart model and the harness getting mature enough that it's in a really good spot. OpenCode is still the best option for almost every model. And it probably is almost as good when using Opus. And they also have a way that you can use your Claude Code subscription in OpenCode. It's a bit hacky, but it seems to work fine. I just didn't feel like dealing with any of that. I'll evaluate it more in the near future. And now the next question, which is the Ralph loop. This website is questionable, and I am assuming that it was made by a model this website is questionable, and I'm assuming it was made by a model that was not given the front-end design skill. That said, you're not familiar with Ralph Wiggum. Didn't he have the, do it again one? It's not just the I'm in danger thing, right? Oh, that was a different meme. But yeah. Just don't be deterred. Yeah. If you're not familiar with Ralph Wiggum, he's a character from Simpsons. Also, hi, Gen Z. Good to see you guys. I know everybody else is familiar with The Simpsons. The point of the Ralph Wiggum loop is to let Claude Code continuously keep working, even when it thinks it's done, until some higher order, this is probably done, gets hit. Also, Miles decided to come say hi. Now that I am doing more vibe coding, I spend a lot more time petting my cat when I'm coding, so he now assumes when I'm working on code that it's cat petting time. You like Claude Code a lot, don't you, buddy? He prefers Codex because it's so much slower, so I get more time to pet him. Oh, he's being so cute. Anyways, as I was saying, Ralph is a bash loop. This is a way to run Claude Code and keep running Claude Code even when it stops and asks, are you sure? Or do you want me to reconsider this? Or I finished phase 1. Should I start phase 2? Just run in a bash loop and keep telling it continue, continue, continue until eventually it actually finishes. It's a fun strategy. Personally, I've found that Claude Code is pretty willing to just go for an hour or two without being told, it's okay, you can continue. I've had one time total thus far where it would stop after each phase and I'd be like, no, keep working, please. No, keep working, please, over and over. But only once ever did I hit that, and it was actually a pretty short run. Like, that whole run only took 5 to 10 minutes. But I've had other ones that took an hour and didn't stop at any point. So I still personally don't know how necessary this is, but believe me, the Ralph loop is something I very much have planned. So if you don't see a video about the Ralph loop from me soon, know that I wasn't impressed enough or didn't find it interesting enough to do one. But if you are interested in this, keep an eye out. I will almost certainly be talking about it. Bye, Miles. I think that's everything I had to say here. I'm impressed. Claude Code's gotten a lot better. I have my complaints, like the hooks still kind of suck, and the plugin system is getting there quickly. It's a little absurd that... I'll retake on the complaints. I have my complaints, like the hooks still suck and feel half finished. Plugins are awesome, but don't have all of the functionality I need to be able to rely on them directly. Skills are kind of a joke. They're literally just markdown files. There's a lot of little UX things, like the way stashing works sucks. If you want to change things after you wrote your prompt, you're screwed. Context compaction feels really strange still. The way history management works and the way picture uploads work is still jank as hell. There's lots of little places it can improve. I don't want this to seem like it's just this perfect, magical solution. But goddamn, I have been able to do a lot with this, and I've been really impressed. No. And one actual last thing, my usage. Remember, I was on the $200 a month tier with the 2x limits. I did manage to hit the limit on the $20 tier. I consider going to the 5x, which is the $50 one, and then up to the $200 20x one. But I decided to just go all the way and see how much I could use. Like, I was going out of my way. I was running 2 or 3 of these in parallel during most of my waking hours. I want you all to guess, chat. How much usage do you think I incurred? Also, yeah, I was wrong. The 5x plan's $100, so like it barely feels useful when the 20x plan is $200. I think I used 13%. What other guesses do we have for my usage? 60%, 67%. Cute. I tried to log... I tried to log my usage in a more reliable way, which was not trivial due to the nature of how these things is... YouTube chat's frozen. I knew this would happen. I just have to kill it. Sorry, YouTube chat. I did try. Yeah. So here's what chat had to say about the percentage I used. Mostly between like 13% and 90%. Some people with some jokes. You can't really know your usage, and they work really hard to hide it. But if we look at the dashboard, you'll see that my weekly limit, I'm at about 2% of my usage. To be fair, this resets... Wait, no, that resets Thursday, so that's the last week. Wait, no, this just reset. Okay, so this just reset. So that one being 2% makes sense. But this top level one, my plan usage... which resets 34 minutes for this session, 12%. And the highest I managed to get in my weekly limit last week was 7%. 7%, going as hard as I could. Take off the 2x, in the worst case, I was 14x. Or take off that 2x, and I was 14% for the week. From my napkin math from the tokens I was able to log, I did about $1,500 of inference in that time. I paid $200 and I got $1,500 out. As a user, I love this. That is a really good deal. As a company also selling inference that pays API pricing for a lot of Anthropic's APIs, I am pissed that I'm subsidizing this. The reason these subscriptions can give you 10x the inference you pay for is because they are subsidized by people like me paying full price over API. So on one hand, cool, I love using this. On the other, you're welcome, you ungrateful bastards. God, so much clicked over the last few weeks for me. I have a whole different worldview, a whole different view on how code works and where it's all going, and why people like Claude Code so much. I got nothing else. I hope you enjoyed this descent into chaos. Let me know what you guys think, and if Claude Code is driving you mad as well. Hope this was useful, but until next time, peace, nerds. I don't actually know what that font was. I can check in a bit for you. I want to do one more thing, though. They sneak this in whenever I'm like about to do the generation here. Just, I want to do more sub callouts because I just want to fucking hit 500k already and then be done with it forever. By the way, if you like these types of exploratory videos about how the dev world is changing and how my own development work is changing, I love doing this type of content. And one of the best signals for the team that you like this is to hit that subscribe button. Less than half of y'all are subscribed, and we're so close to hitting 500k. So if you don't mind, hit that button. Helps us out a lot. Cool. Thank you, Vibust, for the 10 bomb of gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. You guys are super generous today. Crazy gift sub day. What's code buff? Maybe I'll play with this later. But it consumes like 30x the tokens. Oh god, thank you for the heads up. Yo, Alejo with the resub. 6 months of tier 3, 46 total. Been here for fucking ever. Hope you're doing well, man. Happy holidays. Let me thank the subs I missed while I was doing that. We got Unheard Stoner 420 with the Prime. Thank you for that. Oxy with the 1 month of subscription, 2 months total. Another day, another Anthropic rant. Yeah, I think this one is more positive. Yeah, this one seemed really cool. I want to explore these types of things more. I'll put this on my list so that I get to it later. Not that much, like $40 to $50 before you hit the like hour or like the 5-hour limit. Yeah. Thank you. I missed the chest bit gift. Thank you for that. Was that a second Jamie gift or was that just the first one? But I didn't thank people before him. Regardless, appreciate all of you. Thank you again, Jamie, for the gift subs. We got Rhea here with the 6s. Appreciate you for the 6 months. GNU Keith, the legend, 3 months in. Always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Chris, by the way, with the 23 month. And Vibus again, thank you for those 10 gifts. Another Ralph Loop post. It's actually a good post about it. I'm assuming that the proxying is against their terms of service. I'd be very surprised if I didn't risk a lot if I was to try and use a bunch of Claude Code subs to do the inference on T3 chat. Ah, cool. So the image studio is just me dicking around. Like, it's not meant to be immediately just baked in. Like, I have its own domain for it and shit. I haven't updated to the new homepage. I want to make changes to it first. I updated that homepage for an ad. Many T3 chat competitors are doing that. That wouldn't surprise me, but it would disappoint me. But also, for what it's worth, most of those competitors I don't suspect will be around too long, and don't really see them as too much of a threat. Why don't I think the competitors will be around for long? Because building and maintaining a good mobile app alongside the desktop app, alongside all of the functionality that major labs are expecting, plus having enough distribution to even be noticed as you're doing all of this, is non-trivial. And the margins are not great. They're good, but they're not great. You have to work really hard to do it. Label this as mid-pry. Let me make sure I grab the link to this so that I have that for the description. Yo, Chris, thank you for the 23 months of being subbed. Appreciate that a ton. Okay. Now that I've done this, I like the poll idea a lot, Zizam. Thank you for asking that. Everybody on Twitch, God, that's going to make it hard to see the poll. Curious how y'all feel about where Claude's skills are compared to your own. And Aiden, when I have you here, if you can send me that dedicated link to see the most recent poll so I can reference this in a minute, that would be super helpful. Pop out Theo poll. Legends. I'm gonna I don't want to add to essentials. I'm just going to put this in raindrop so I have it more easily. Cool, keep voting on that. Also, sorry I'm neglecting you, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube for crashing when I tried to maintain it. I'll do this for y'all. I will close these. I don't need them anymore. You can do almost everything I just demoed on a laptop that costs $300. Like, it doesn't matter. Get the computer you want to use. And don't use fucking vibe coding as an excuse to buy a computer that you don't need if you can't justify it. I really like Helium for my day-to-day usage, and Zen for my I want a good screen capture and like an environment that's nice usage. And whenever I'm in Helium for a meaningful amount of time, I miss the sidebar so much. So much. I've been using Zen for almost a year now. That poll is an insane result. This will be a fun video. Let's get started with it. I don't have Claude use JJ or Git. I do it myself still. Okay. Let's do Dario was right. Is there a video of him saying this at the event? The issue is like this doesn't hide the tab bar that you have normally. Although I am excited to see things like this happen. I'll save this to look into later. You know what? Fuck it. Why is everything wanting to look for and connect to devices on my local network now? If I allow it, what happens? I don't trust this extension. I'm sorry, but I got to disable this for now. I see the potential, but it's not worth the risk for me right now. And I'm going to turn off Cloud Blocker too, for the sake of filming. Let me... I don't actually need that tweet in this. Cool, we are good. Actually, I did want to show Cloud Blocker. Cool, I have everything I need. When I uninstalled the extension, the website stopped asking for that, so I don't think it was that. Chrome has vertical tabs in a new beta? Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyways, let's get this video started. Does anybody have the video of that Dario quote? Because I think it was on video, right? AI Code King makes videos and vibe codes on a 3-year-old MacBook with 8 gigs of RAM. You definitely should upgrade Code King. You should also try and harass some AI company to buy you a new MacBook. That would be funny. It'd be like pretty baller to be the company that upgraded AI Code King's MacBook. If you're down for like a medium spec, that I would like I would be down to spend $2 to $3 grand on your MacBook if you would mention in a video at some point that I had bought you a MacBook just so you would shout out T3 chat. I would consider it. But if you can find a much more wealthy company to spend more to get you a maxed out machine, I would do that instead. But I would be down for probably $2.5 grand for a T3 chat shout out if you want to use it on a new MacBook and if you have any good use cases for it. We'll chat. I'll hit you up later. This makes a ton of sense using the one that they are putting in. And yeah, the cat UI is almost good enough for me to not feel like I want the sidebar as badly. I want to find this Dario thing.
Most optimistic before I...
Cool. I'm going to marker now. Marker Dario was right. I'm markering now so we have this clip. It might be better to record straight off of YouTube or YTDL it phase, but
powerful tool. If I look at coding, programming, which is one area where AI is making the most progress, what we are finding is we are not far from a world, I think we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, where AI is writing 90% of the code. And then in 12 months, we may be in a world where AI is writing essentially all of the code. But the programmer still needs to specify, you know, what are the conditions of what you're doing? What is the overall app you're trying to make? What's the overall design decision? How do we collaborate with other code that's been written? You know, how do we have some common sense on whether this is a secure design or an insecure design? So as long as there are these small pieces that a programmer, a human programmer, needs to do that the AI isn't good at, I think human productivity will actually be enhanced. But on the other hand, I think that eventually all those little islands will get picked off by AI systems. And then we...
Okay, I have everything I needed there. You'll probably have to rip the whole thing for the way I have this intro structure planned. I have the tweet from Boris, right? Oh, wrong button. Perfect. Okay. I'm not wrong. Pedal. There we are. Remember back in March when Dario said this? Obviously, phase cut to the first part of the statement, the one where he says we'll be writing 90% of code, and then maybe include the 12 months part too. See how it flows, and again, fitting within the intro lengths that we aim for. At the time, I thought this was one of the most absurd statements I'd heard any tech CEO make in history, and it was. And to be fair, he was wrong. It actually took 9 months. Boris is the developer in charge of Claude Code. He did an update a few days ago talking about how originally Claude Code was a side project and now it has changed how he writes code. And now he barely ever opens an editor. Every single line that he has done in the last 30 days across 259 PRs, all of it was done in Claude Code and Opus. Literally 100% of his contributions to Claude Code were written by Claude Code. Even here, yeah, he's an employee at the company. Of course, he's going to say that. But then I started using Claude Code. But then I started using Claude Code with Opus more. And I built a Chrome extension to lock me out of Twitter. I built the Chrome extension to lock me out of Twitter when I don't have Claude Code running, to incentivize me to use it more. And then I built a whole new image generation studio with a separate conversation view where you can pick the photo you like and do follow-ups with it with a more dynamic editing experience. And then I made it a mobile app too. If you want the details on all of that, a whole separate video about how I use Claude Code is coming very soon. Make sure you're subscribed so you see that. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I want to talk about what Dario said in this video. I want to talk about what Dario said on this panel as well as the part right after that I feel like is often skipped when this conversation happens, and what this means for us as developers. Because even if his timeline was slightly off, Dario was absolutely correct. And if I'm not going to be able to and if I can't collect a paycheck for writing code anymore, then we got some sponsors that are going to cut her. And since I might not get paid for writing code anymore, let's do a quick sponsor break instead. Cool. So first and foremost, I want to go through Dario's whole statement with you guys. Oh, Dario was not absolutely right. That's a good pun. Can't believe I missed the absolutely right pun for talking about how right Dario was. But yeah, here we are.
I do have a fair amount of concern about this. On one hand, I think comparative advantage is a very powerful tool. If I look at coding, programming, which is one area where AI is making the most progress, what we are finding is we are not far from a world, I think we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, where AI is writing 90% of the code. And then in 12 months, we may be in a world where AI is writing essentially all of the code.
When he first made this statement, I did a response because the way this is measured is going to be really, really tough. Imagine, first we have to define what the code is. What is 90% of the code? Are we talking about the code people are paid to ship to production? Are we talking about the code being written at companies like Google and Microsoft and Anthropic? Or are we talking about all of code created from all of places? Because I would imagine that the amount of repos being instantiated and the amount of code being written by tools like Lovable and V0 and Bolt and all of these types of things, just by sheer number of lines, has changed the amount of code being written year over year a meaningful amount. I would be really surprised if we had less than 2x the amount of code written this year from the year prior, as in 2025 to 2024. I know it's 2026 now. I'm sorry, guys, but you get the idea. 2025 probably had 2x the amount of code or more written and produced than in 2024. Does most of it go in a garbage can? Sure. But way more code came out. We can't disagree with that. That's just table stakes. We have to agree, no matter what side we're on, that way more code happened last year. That said, actual studies have been done on the numbers for real businesses. And according to Google's little AI summary thing, from real studies, industry-wide, the number's a little bit lower. Apparently, 30% of code at Microsoft is AI. Sundar said over 25% was written by AI as of late 2024. I don't know if we've got an update since. Here's where things start to get crazy, though. For senior devs in recent surveys, 32% report that at least half their code is coming from AI. More and more senior devs are the ones saying that lots of their code is coming from AI. This is one of the biggest shifts that happened in 2025. It's no longer just devs who are auto-completing some of their code. It's no longer just beginners who don't have the skills that are using AI to make up for a skill gap. It's now experienced developers using these tools to make up for a time gap. And I found myself doing the same. There are so many random ideas I have for systems, projects, features, and just stuff I want to fix in my code base. And as the tools get better, the harnesses get better, and of course, the models get better, the idea that this random thing that maybe I would have previously cut a Jira ticket for that would have sat in a pit of backlog forever, now I can just throw it at Opus, get some code, review it on GitHub, and merge it. There's also a problem here around what our jobs are. I can't run a poll because then I'll lose the other poll. Twitch.tv pop out /Theo/poll. I'm going to just grab this one as a screenshot so I have it. So I want to run a new poll. How much do you like code or just reviewing code? Hate it. Neutral. It's fine, but not too much. But tiring in bulk. Or it's fine but tiring. Like it. Love it. Cool. Running a quick poll to see how much people like code review. And as we see with the initial results, 50% say hate it, even though there are 4 options that are neutral or better. Now that the poll's continued going, it's fine, but tiring is going up. But we still have 26% saying hate it, 10% saying neutral, and 45% saying it's fine, but it's tiring. Very small percentage of devs like or love code review. I'm in this section. I would argue I'm in the like it section. I do enjoy code review. I wish I could justify doing more of it, but my schedule is utter chaos. But I like code review. I also think this is just one of those things that you have to get over time as you become a more experienced developer. Not that you have to get over using AI tools. You have to get over your own time spent writing code. I actually had a long chat with Mark not too long ago. If you don't know, Mark is my CTO for T3 Channel, all the fun things that we built. Mark has been, now that we have more staff, as in Julius is here full-time in the US and Yash still contributes throughout his week when he can, Mark's time isn't best spent writing code anymore. Previously, the flow was Mark would write most of the code, Julius would go off and figure out whatever weird problems, and I would come in to do some steering and general code review stuff. Now, I'm higher level, or now I'm more removed because there's too much shit going on. Running the company is a lot of work, and also not doing the best job as CEO. I'm trying to get more involved in the code base again, but it's not the best use of my time, which means Mark has had to bump out a little bit too to do more of the orchestration and code review, especially with the mobile app in flight too. Managing the team building the mobile app, managing the team building and maintaining the web app and the servers and the back end, managing upload thing, managing all the other services that we maintain. He's not writing code as much anymore. And as most people will experience when this happens in their career, that fucking sucks. You suddenly stop feeling productive. When you're not writing code anymore, and previously you would measure your success in a day by how much code you had written, how much time you spent in your editor, and how many problems you had solved, if you're spending your time in the GitHub PR tab and not in your editor, you feel like you're not getting anything done. And the amount of times Mark would have a crazy day where he did a ton of code review, got a ton of stuff shipped, handled a ton of support cases, all those things, but felt like he didn't get anything done simply because he wasn't in his editor at all. It became like an everyday occurrence. And he was not loving that feeling because it sucks. And I've seen this happen to a lot of developers as they move towards management, towards tech leads, towards roles where their job becomes less writing code and more orchestrating code. This is part of what makes a senior engineer. This is the biggest reason I think we are seeing that shift where more and more senior plus devs are reporting that a majority of their code is coming from AI. We are more used to just writing code constantly. We are more used to reviewing code constantly. The average dev still probably writes more code than they review. The devs that have gotten over that already, the ones who are maintaining big open source projects, the ones who are running teams with a lot of engineers, the ones who are building systems that require lots of people doing lots of disciplined work, those are the people I've seen falling the hardest in love with these AI tools over the last few months. The people who are already over the hump of code review grind, who are used to the fact that so much of their job is looking over lines of code and giving feedback and pushing back on the team doing things different ways and delegating. Endless fucking delegation. The people who are used to that are the ones who are doing the best right now. Actually, I don't like that wording. The people who are already over that hump and are used to that are the ones who are getting the biggest benefits right now. There are days where I'll file like 20 pull requests and go through them all on GitHub. I spend more time generating code and then putting it on GitHub than actually reading it in my editor at this point. It's crazy. But that also sucks for a lot of people. I know many engineers, myself included, prefer writing code to reviewing it. In fact, according to that poll I just ran, the vast majority of people seem to quite prefer reading code to writing it. In fact, from this poll, it seems like the vast majority of developers very much prefer writing code to reading it. I understand, but that's a thing that will suck about our jobs going forward. More and more of our job is going to be reviewing decisions in work that is being done by these tools, not doing the work ourselves. Sucks, but it is what it is. And those who are willing to make that jump are going to see crazy success. You said he responded here?
Anthropic is written by Claude. You know, I said something like this.
What the fuck is up with the audio in this clip? I can't use this clip. It's way too quiet. Sucks when you started writing code as a hobby, TBH. It feels horrible having your hobby be automated. On one hand, totally feel this. It has been weird moving away. On the other, I have 2 points. The first is this is the natural progression of an engineer as they get better. You need to learn to delegate and do more talking and orchestration and long-term planning and managing of your team and the development velocity and the changes going in and how they're going in and all of that. Like, that is growth as an engineer. Once you are good enough at the code writing part, you have to get better at those other things to keep leveling up. There's a cap at how much the code writing actually benefits you. The other part of this side is that this is what we've been doing as engineers forever. We've been writing code to automate things that were hobbies for other people. We have already destroyed so many fields with code. It was only time that the fun parts of our field started to erode. But I will counter this by saying I'm having a lot more fun coding overall lately. It's much more fun seeing how far you can push these agents and the crazy things they can do and not feeling bad when you throw away the code because it sucks. The worst feeling ever is when one of your employees or teammates or somebody you care about goes off on a crazy tangent, deep dives on something, builds a crazy solution, and then for any of many reasons, it just doesn't work. It doesn't fit the project. You can't merge it, and you have to close the PR. it hurts. It sucks. It feels so bad to throw away hard work that one of your coworkers or peers or friends did. But if it was an agent, I don't give a fuck. I just close the PR. So I'm having a lot more fun with experiments. I'm having a lot more fun trying things out, playing with new languages, overhauling code bases, experimenting with new stuff. I'm writing comically more code than I've ever written. I threw together a 12,000 line of code project in a day. What? 12,000 lines of code in a day? According to various surveys, the average developer on the average day writes between 10 and 40 lines of thoroughly tested and debugged code. Opus and I wrote 12,000. This might seem like cap, but when you average it out, this is very real. I know everybody in chat's like, no, that's stupid. That's insane. No. If you do a PR with 250 lines of code, you start working on it on Monday. You put up the PR Tuesday. It takes 2 days to get thorough reviews. On Thursday, you finally have a good enough review and have to go make changes. So you make changes, and then on Friday, it ships. That was 5 days for 240 lines of code. That is about right. And that's hilarious. That is absurd. This is the 10 to 100x people keep talking about. Is when it is significantly easier to not just write the code, but write the tests, to automate the testing process, to set up end-to-end testing. Guillermo just posted about this, and the more I've thought about it, the more I think he might be right. AI coding will result in the most rigorously tested, type-checked, and provably correct code in the world. First, the testing and verification feedback loop helps agents and prevents slop. Yep. God, Claude Code got so much more usable when the LSP was added. It's kind of broken, but it helps so much. But the second part, tests have always been a chore, but who doesn't love the pile of check marks that a high test count gives you? Agents are glad to write as many tests as we want. Yep. The pain of writing and maintaining tests has gone down a ton, and I'm starting to rethink my own relationship with testing for my projects. This is one of the coolest parts. It would take me way more time to write testing code than the actual code, because getting the test right is hard and tedious and slow and annoying and not actually the thing that we like doing. Now the agent can do that part and then do the implementation and then put up the code and then do the first pass on the code review and catch any mistakes. And then you go and look over the final pieces and give it a thumbs up or down. It's a whole different way of building, and it is changing how I think about software. But that's not the part of the quote here that I wanted to dig into, because there's a whole second half. Thank you for this face. I will, that's private, unlist it and send it again, and I will use that in a sec. No worries. I want to go to that later as more clarification, so keep that link handy. Back to the rest of the quote, because this is what I think a lot of people have missed.
But the programmer still needs to specify, what are the conditions of what you're doing? What is the overall app you're trying to make? What's the overall design decision? How do we collaborate with other code that's been written? How do we have some common sense on whether this is a secure design or an insecure design? So as long as there are these small pieces that a human programmer needs to do that the AI isn't good at, I think human productivity will actually be enhanced. But on the other hand, I think that eventually all those little islands will get picked off by AI systems. And then we will eventually reach the point where the AIs can do everything that humans can. And I think that will happen in every industry. I think it's actually better that it happens to all of us than that it happens, that it kind of picks people randomly.
Okay, actually, I don't know how much of the, this happens to all of us part we want. Yeah, cut a little earlier when it's still focused on the, it's our job to, pull these things together piece. Because that's the part I really like. I really want to emphasize that part because it's a huge part of what I love about coding. It's not just the process of writing the beautiful lines in my editor that I could stare at and smile and screenshot and tweet. It's the way I think about the system, the way the parts come together, when the right abstraction works in the right place the right way and it all comes together well. When you pull together the set of tools you want to use and they come together the right way, or one of them doesn't quite work how you need, so you swap it out for something else and it does work. And that feeling of cohesion when you get the right parts to work together. That's my favorite thing when I'm writing code. When all of the pieces come together and the result is something awesome, both a thing that you're confident in your ability to maintain and also a thing that is actually pleasant to use for the product that you're actually putting together. This is awesome. I find this so fun. It is different. It is strange. It's a fundamental change in how we write code every day. But what does this mean about our teams, about our careers, about this? What does this mean about our day-to-day work, about our careers, about the people that we hire, about the people we might have to fire? How is our workforce going to change? A lot of people said that this prediction obviously wasn't true because Anthropic not only didn't fire 90% of their engineers, they're actually still trying to hire more. But they also have been doing a lot more coding. In fact, Dario actually mentioned this in a follow-up when people were questioning his take here. Thank you to FaZe for fixing the audio in this clip so we can actually listen to it.
Right, so, I would say maybe 70, 80, 90% of the code written in Anthropic is written by Claude. I said something like this 3 or 6 months ago. People think of it as falsified because they think of it as like we're going to fire 70, 80, or 90% of the software engineers. But what really happens is that the 10% we're still writing, humans become managers of AI systems. There's a shift because of the principle of comparative advantage. So it looks more normal than you think. I think eventually eventually that logic may not hold, but there's a sort of sci-fi sheen to these predictions, to looking at the future, that it's going to be weird, that you'll be looking through different colored glasses, that there will be, that it'll look like Star Wars or something. Often when these predictions come true, it's wild, but it's also in a way ordinary.
Yeah, people get used to it.
Yeah, they're just building more. And that makes a lot of sense. And you get used to it and it no longer feels as crazy. And I'm even feeling that a bit too. Like when I'm just dicking around in Claude code, I don't necessarily feel like, oh, this all happened at once. It's when I left my computer and was talking about it with friends that it hit me just how absurd it is that I built 2 projects without ever opening an IDE. Like, that's just crazy. That's absurd. So absurd that now Boris is again doing all of his day-to-day work in Claude Code 2. I want to go to Simon, who posted about this in a thread recently. From Simon W. Demand. And Darren made a post a few days ago about how you should totally now be able to have one highly skilled person doing the equivalent of 10 engineers of work. Does this mean that the industry will be slashed to only the top 10% of engineers if that's all that's needed? Shouldn't we be concerned? I really like Simon's response here. If code gets 10 times cheaper, the demand for code will go up by more than 10x. A whole bunch of companies that previously couldn't afford custom software will suddenly be in the market for it. And existing companies with multi-year roadmaps will hire more to help get them through it. This is known as Jevons paradox. When technical advancements make a resource more efficient to use, the Jevons paradox is a thing that occurs when technological advancements make a resource more efficient to use, thereby reducing the amount needed for a single application. As the market cost of using the resource drops, the demand for But if the demand, but if the cost goes down and the demand is price elastic, this can result in demand increasing instead, causing the total resource consumption to rise. And I think we're already seeing this. There is definitely more code happening. There are definitely more companies more interested in building their own internal tools than I've ever seen. Adam was posting something about what the ramp guys were cooking recently. Was it Adam? Or I think it was Adam. Somebody was showing what ramp was doing with open code. Yeah, here it is. For example, at Ramp, the finance management company for startups, they have been building their own internal tool that uses open code to take some plain text description of work and go do it. Here is one where they asked, what are the 20 most common Sentry issues in core? Spin up child sessions fixing all of them. And it spun up 20 different instances for the top errors they were seeing inside of their site. And apparently it just worked. They looked at the Sentry issues and then spun up 20 agents to go fix all of them and then filed 20 pull requests. That's kind of crazy. This does mean you're spending a lot more time reviewing code, but also the process of linking these things all up like this, and I'm certain that 90+% of the code in this inspect tool that they made is probably vibe coded too. This is the thing that is changing that is crazy. And the more you dive in and play with it yourself, the way you'll find the way you think about these things changes. When you realize you can go just spin up the tool and it's not that much work, you'll try things you wouldn't have tried. I'm considering going as far as setting a minimum inference spend for my team. I might make it so everybody at T3 Chat is expected to spend at least $200 a month on inference so that they're going to go out and try new strange shit. I want to see what they do when I put some pressure on them to spend more money rather than less, because then they might experiment a bit more and do some crazier stuff. I'm probably going to do that at this point. I've been thinking about it too much. I want to. I'm probably going to. But this leaves us with my biggest concern, the junior dev. And I'll be honest, I don't know what we can do about that. I built up these skills by writing code for almost 20 years. And those skills are still essential in my day-to-day use of these tools. Just knowing weirdness about how CSS works and scroll containers being strange in the browser. The amount of times I've had to remind Claude Code that it doesn't have the ability to have a tooltip come out of a box when it has any overflow rules set on it. I don't know if you know this, but if you set an overflow X rule on a box, you can't go out of it Y direction. So if you have some behavior where it has a border color when you hover over it, that will get cut off. Or if you have a little X button in the corner of the square, that'll get cut off. And I've had to remind Opus about this so many times that it added it for me, or suggested adding it for me, to my global Claude MD file. Like, you need to know these things to be successful with these tools, but these tools existing drastically lowers the incentive to learn these things. Because the cost of doing it wrong used to be really high, and the cost of figuring it out also was really high, you would spend the time to do it. Now, if you don't know the reason these things happen, you can screenshot the problem, show it to the model, and say, hey, fix this, and there's a 1 in 3 chance it does it right, and then you keep doing that over and over again forever. The amount of these types of issues will go down constantly, but also the amount of work we have these tools doing is going up constantly. If it used to make one of these mistakes every 100 lines of code, then it was kind of useful. Now it's every 1,000 lines of code. Maybe they'll get to every 10,000 lines, but it doesn't make that bug any easier to solve with the AI. And I don't know how you get that experience now. I really don't. I've been thinking a lot about this. I kind of want to do a follow-up, like how to get into dev as an early career engineer. I kind of want to do a follow-up on my like junior dev videos, like how do I think about this for early career engineers now? And I don't know what to say or recommend. I still think it's really important that you try to use these tools not as a way to do work you don't know how, rather to break apart and delegate work that you don't have the time to do. That's when they're strongest, when you're using these tools to multiply your own capabilities, not to work around your lack of capabilities. But I don't know how you get those capabilities anymore. At the absolute least, you need to read the code that you're generating, especially when you're early and you're spinning up things that are actual projects you want to maintain over time. Writing code manually is still a very good way to learn, but honestly, I still think until you have gotten relatively deep and are like multiple projects in building things that real people use, you should probably prioritize using a chat app to ask questions. Or maybe you can shortcut this and use something like Cursor and use the ask mode where it doesn't change code, it just answers questions to learn more. Combine that with tab complete and you can keep leveling up your understanding. But man, this stuff's changing fast. And the thing I never would have expected is that my skills as a senior dev, which are mostly orchestration and planning and management of people doing things in parallel, that part matters now more than ever. Which is cool on one hand, because now a lot of devs are going to skill up on their talking skills. Like prompting is more a comms skill than an eng skill in so many ways. But also, like, you might not learn the ins and outs the same way. This is tough. I don't really know what my point here is, other than to express how confused I am still. Ugh, I hate this. This is so many words. Maybe I'll read this later. Oh shit, Lee Rob's here. Yeah. Apparently they're adding a teacher mode to Cursor, which is actually really, really, really exciting, especially if they let people do this or especially if they let people do this on like a student tier, like if they're in school, they get it for free. Oh, that'll be so good. Also, tools like Code Crafters are more useful than ever, in my opinion. Code Crafters, boot.dev, stuff like that actually encourages real project building. This is how you have to learn now. And the AI will make it so you're less likely to get blocked and less likely to need somebody to help carry you through the hard parts. Yeah, no, this is going too deep. I probably need to think this through, like sit down and really think about what works and talk to some recent people who just got into the industry. And then maybe I'll make a dedicated video on this. But right now, I don't even know how to like organize my thoughts on it. I had one other point I wanted to make, but I don't think it matters that much. Can you tweet the poll results? Yeah, sure. Also, that's the other thing. I wanted the preview of the poll. Let me grab that. I have it in screenshots. Document screenshots. One last thing on the intelligence side. I ran another poll. Actually, I'll spoil the results after. One more question for you as a viewer of this video. If I was to ask you, where do you think you fit in terms of intelligence and capability writing code against Opus? Would you consider yourself a better engineer, same tier roughly, or a worse engineer? Where do you think you fit? And what answers do you think my chat would give? How do you think the split would be of those? Think about it for a sec. Get your idea of where you would put yourself and where you think the splits are for my own audience. Ready for the results? 61% of my viewers think that Opus 4.5 is a better dev than them. 16% did the bailout answer. 13% said roughly as good as me, and 10% said worse. That's where we're at. These things are moving absurdly fast. The way we code now is so different from the way, at the very least, I coded 3 to 4 months ago, which is way different from how it was at the beginning of the year, which is way different from how it was the year before. But the speed at which these changes in my workflow are happening is condensing. It's like every 3 months now, massive change happens. Previously, it was every 6 months. Then it was every year. Then it was every few years. It's crazy. Don't fall behind. I'm going to do a whole dedicated video on how to keep up on all of this in the near future. I also have a video about my own usage of Claude Code that's coming very soon. Keep an eye out for that. I'm very excited about that one. But yeah, keep playing, keep trying these things, and keep playing with this stuff, keep trying new things, and keep doing your best to build the best possible things and take advantage of the tools that exist around you. Don't write this stuff off because you're scared of grifters or people like me who happen to have invested in a few of these tools, almost none of which I talked about today. Just focus on building. That's what's going to get you the furthest always, and there's more to be built than ever, and there are more ways to build than ever too. I've never loved code as much as I do today, even if my relationship with it is very different than it was a year ago, and I recommend that you reflect yourself and give these things a try. Let me know what y'all think and how you're using these tools today, and until next time, peace, nerds. Very truly, my audience is not the average developer at all. Am I leaving now? I have time for one more, probably. I don't have time for this one. I got to go in under an hour. I saw this. This is the most benchmaxed model of all time. Good tweet. I'm excited for the AI code video, or AI code king vid. I'll watch that later for sure. Yeah, Reese is killing it on Twitter. Ooh, this looks fun. Do they have a date that this was? I want to see the date on when they did this. I hate when people post articles like this without a date. It makes me it just makes me annoyed. This is useful though. Read the full report. Let me submit 1 sec. And of course, there is no date in here. Is it date on the Code Rabbit one? Where? Oh, this is December 17th? I don't know where you found that. It's visible on the mobile site? That's hilarious. Ah, I see. It's this sidebar. You have to be zoomed out enough for it. Cool. Who linked this, by the way? Chari, thank you for this. This is definitely going in the last vid. Let me throw this in here. Cool. A fun study that just got linked to me is this fun report just got linked while I was filming, and I wanted to include it because it's another one of the reasons we have to review the code that the AI is writing. AI code creates 1.7 times more problems. My initial question was, when was this published? Because that will change how I think about this report a lot. And I couldn't figure it out. But everybody in chat was saying they could see it. Check this out. When I squash it down to mobile size, it shows the date, December 17th. And when I zoom out, we get this sidebar that shows December 17th, 7-minute read. But if you're zoomed in too much for the sidebars to fit, but not enough for it to trigger the mobile mode, you don't get to see the values there. Just one example of a bug that occurs when you vibe code your UIs. It's just funny to see one of these bugs in the article about how you find up to 70% more of these in AI code than human written code. This report was across 470 PRs, including 320 that AI co-authored and 150 that were human only, using CodeRabbit's structured issue system across a bunch of open source projects. And yeah, AI does accelerate the output, but it also amplifies certain categories of mistakes. Surprise, surprise. You get the idea. One interesting piece is that they only measured as per PR. They didn't do per line of code. Also, high issue outliers were more common in AI PRs. So you would randomly have a PR that had way more issues. Where is the percentile piece? Did they put that here? Yeah. 1.7x at the average, but it's 2x at that 90th percentile. So when it does bad, it does way worse. Cool information. And again, more reason you need to be doing the code review part. Cool. Marker, end of extra. Yes, Dr. Dory. They absolutely do. A public domain day. Oh yeah, this is the best part about the end of the year and the start of a new year. Suddenly a bunch of new work becomes public domain. Oh, a Freud book. Very cool. I'm saving this. This is awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Maria. Hopefully, one of those pronunciations is correct. Because our designer wanted expensive fonts and my CTO wanted them too. Yeah, Zoom, feel free to tweet the poll results if I didn't already clarify that. Let me thank all the other subs I missed. I think I got you already, Chris. Regardless, appreciate you. Thank you, Zoom, for the resub. Slip second for the 11 months of Prime. JethFX for the 6 months. VBits for the 5. And NutLZ with the Prime. How do you know if you're a senior or a junior? Huh. I think it's just a ratio of how many people ask you questions about code versus how much do you ask people questions about code. For what it's worth, Comate, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name, sorry. I find that there's a lot of people who are definitely senior that don't know it because they don't know how to measure it and haven't really sat down and thought about it and just don't recognize their own skill level. But like, how often are people asking you for things? Not rather than how often are you asking them? $1 billion company with 1 employee. I'll see if I can pull it off. I'll do my best. MPV, probably, Gamer Girl. Yeah, the non-code skills are a fun thing to build up over time. Close that. There was this report, and there was also the State of AI Coding report. I think I'm going to like pull these together as one thing. Let me yoink these. I forgot to change my default browser. Normally I do it right when I start, but I had this browser open already, so I was filming ads yesterday. State of AI Coding. Didn't know M0 was that popular. Good to know. We'll evaluate them more later. I was working on my own compaction, so seeing the industry standards is good to know. This feels super wrong. I don't know what happened here. Oh, I hate this guy. I absolutely hate this guy. Yeah. This is the guy who was convinced he could personally rewrite the entire TypeScript compiler in C++. And when I said, no, you can't, he went off on me. So I mocked him a whole bunch for it. This is forever ago. Yeah. He also got really mad at the creator of TRPC, claiming that TRPC wasn't type safe because it wasn't serializing classes. This dude's such a fucking tool. There are a few people whose opinions I care less about. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? The fact that I don't really care about his opinions on things when his opinions are established to be very, very deeply held and also entirely fucking wrong. Yeah, this happens a lot. He's not a tourist, though. He's been trying to build full stack TypeScript tools forever and is really, really mad at me for daring to think TRPC is the better solution for most people than whatever the fuck he is making and the toxic shit he's constantly doing. TS interpreter. Okay, you were not paying attention. That's fine. Previous question was, used to see saw a guy on Twitter complaining about async await and telling people not to use it because they not only didn't understand async await, but they also didn't understand modules in JavaScript. How to tell these people that you don't know shit? I don't know. My way of doing it doesn't seem to work. Ludo, yeah, you're mistaken. This isn't about an interpreter. Removing the types from TypeScript and just putting it in like a JS VM is trivial. I could probably build that in a few hours. But this isn't that. This is about checking the types, validating that the types in your TypeScript are valid. And that requires a lot of super complex dynamic behaviors. There are dozens of things that will transform your TypeScript into JavaScript and to do the interpreting of the code. There is one that will turn your TypeScript, or there is one that will check your TypeScript. And that one is TSC. There's now 1.5 because TSGo is making a lot of progress, which is an attempt by the TypeScript team with all of the engineers working on this full time for almost 1.5 years to get most of TypeScript's compiler and checker ported over to Go. And the reason they pick Go is because it's a flexible enough language to do all the weird shit JavaScript does, which C++ is not, and Rust is not. Yeah. It was delusional from day one, and I knew that. And I really hate when people so confidently say they can do a thing that they obviously can't and just shit on all of the work of the others who prove that they can't, and then they still can't. And then they quietly drop it as though nothing ever happened and block me and get blocked because they're fucking tools. So I don't really care how a person... What even was his original post? I didn't even fucking read it. I can't see the why because he deleted that. Or not because he deleted it, because I have him blocked in the way Twitter resolves things like that. This guy. Look at that. I didn't even have to scroll that far. Homophobic prick. Somebody in chat was saying maybe he changed right as we got here. This guy's just fucking awful. He's just trash. He's just a bad guy. Like, I don't get it. I don't care. I will not use him as a reference for anything other than what it looks like to be a piece of shit on the internet. I don't care. This is the first time I have thought of him in 2 years. And it seems like he still thinks about me every fucking day. So, yeah, never happening again. No offense to whoever linked that. Sorry if you feel like I'm going after you for that. I'm not at all. You could not have known. People being that stupid just doesn't seem real. Oh, Rainmaker also has me blocked because he stole content and I called him out for it. Yeah. Yep. What are the deal breakers of Linux desktop? Linux is fine for most people. I have a whole video on it. Like, if you can get away with using Linux, do it. It's great. My issue is that half the apps I use aren't on Linux. Affinity, FL Studio, Final Cut, Granola, Tidal. Like, half the shit I rely on every day. Superhuman, the desktop app, which I use a ton. Just all these little things that I rely on every day that have not made the move over to Linux. Yeah, Affinity barely works on Linux. I also love my MacBook too. I love music production. I haven't been able to do it as much lately, but it's always been a thing I care a lot about. Okay, do I have enough for this? Okay, let me structure this one a little bit. Spectrum, key points in order. Oh, did I get shouted out in this? Oh, I didn't even know I was in this. Oh. Oh. I didn't know I made it in. That's heartwarming. Sorry, that makes me happy. Also, sorry, I just remembered YouTube chat exists. My bad. I still blame YouTube for breaking on Firefox. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this. The problem with anything that combines YouTube and Twitch chat is either it is a full reimplementation, which breaks Twitch's and YouTube's TOS, and I'm not risking getting banned on either of these platforms, or it is embedding both, which means it's embedding the YouTube like iframe, and the YouTube chat will crash in Firefox given like half an hour. When was the last time I checked that YouTube chat's broken in Firefox? About 2 hours ago, where it locked up Zen. I tried today. Yeah, it crashed earlier, yeah. Okay, I think I have everything I need to do this year in LLMs, and I have a couple pieces from different places I want to pull. I think this will be fun. YouTube's bad at streaming because they're not investing in it at all. They just don't care. They wanted to see how cheap would it be for us to fuck with Twitch, and the answer was really cheap, and the amount of money they made off it was really small, so they don't care. Interesting. This will be a fun thing to read later. Let's hop into these. Yeah, beeper breaks everything. But you only get banned on an individual level, not like their account level. And I have to worry a lot because the article you're talking about here was this one from Maria. My issue is if my accounts get banned, the income hit is kind of absurd. I'm not going to do 2026 predictions because I don't like predicting the future. I like living today. So let's do this. I already made the marker. Okay. Actually, this is stupid. This is going to be really stupid, and you guys should make fun of me for it because it is. I have 3 videos that are effectively end of the year videos that I filmed sitting here just now. If I have the same shirt in all of them, people will make fun of me. So I'm going to go change really quick. I forgot that I have food downstairs too, so I don't need these. Motivates me to finish up faster and get this video done quick so I can go eat. What did you say when I was gone? Claude not tell you to change your clothes, lol. Let's actually try this one out. This will be fun. Cool. Oh. The shirt has marks on it. Fuck me. I'm sorry, FaZe, for wasting your time. I will be right back. Not redoing markers because I'm lazy. My washer was all fucked when I was having the water problems, so a bunch of my clothes still need to be rewashed. My bad. Anyways. Attempt 3. God. I think it's fair to say that 2025 was a wild year for those of us who use AI to write code. The year started with agents kind of being a word people were starting to understand, new reasoning models appearing originally, of course. Retake on the intro. I think it's fair to say that 2025 was a kind of wild year for those of us who use AI to write code. Not just because the models got way smarter, but everything around it. From reasoning models kicking off the year, to agents going from buzzword to actually usable in our day-to-day usage, to cool tools like Claude Code, Open Code, Codex, and more, embracing us where we live, our terminals. It's been a wild year, and the results are wild too. I personally find that I am not spending anywhere near as much time in the editing view in my code editor, if I'm even in a code editor at all. It's been insane, and I'm not the only one who thinks this. I've been collecting a bunch of people's 2025 wrap-up things so that I can go over how we as an industry of vibe coders and people using AI tools feel about how the year went, overview all the cool things that happened, and showcase some really interesting trends and what these mean for us as an industry. Sorry. From how PR size has changed to how different SDKs grew massively in adoption to how models themselves improved and changed the amounts of things they could do. There are so many interesting things that happened this year that have resulted in the way we code changing. It used to take a year for these changes to happen, and then it took 6 months. Now it feels like 1 or 2 months every couple. It used to take years for the way we code to change. Then it started to take about a year, then 6 months, then 3 months. And now it honestly feels like the time between these transitions is even shorter than the time it takes to tell you about today's sponsor. I think that's going to be one of my best sponsor cuts to date. Let's dive in. I want to start with Simon's post. If you don't know Simon, he's the creator of the Django framework in Python and is one of the best people on the internet covering all the cool things going on in the LLM world. He did this awesome write-up about 2025 and the things that changed throughout. And I want to briefly go over this while also pulling in interesting sources from the State of AI review and a couple other places too. Got somebody linked an awesome article earlier from the Twitter guy who's really into Codex. Fuck, what's his name? Stipe. Yeah, this guy. Yeah. Shout out to everybody who wrote all of these awesome resources. There's so much good shit here. I highly recommend you follow these people and read their stuff as well. There's a lot to learn from these people. And if you want to keep finding cool sources like this and stay on top of things in 2026, subscriptions on YouTube are actually free. You just hit that little red button, and now you'll see my videos a little bit more often. They're not going to spam you. You're not going to get notifications unless you hit the bell, but you'll be a little more likely to keep up. And if you sub on a video like this, we see that, and we make more things like this. So yeah, hit that button when you think it's useful. Anyways, the year of reasoning. This is a really good starting place because it's kind of where we started the year. Before the end of 2024, all models were just next token completion. They still technically work that way, where they have some text and they guess what the most likely next text will be is. But reasoning was a very interesting change where the model effectively had a box that it could talk to itself in to create its own context, to think things through, as a way to iterate on an idea before coming to a conclusion. And that was super powerful. And then this got copied right at the start of this year with DeepSeek and their R1 model, which blew everybody away and kind of opened the floodgates for reasoning, because the OpenAI model wouldn't even show you the reasoning tokens. So the only way we could see how this process worked was through the work DeepSeek did. And I applaud them still for all of the effort they put in, from the 12 plus papers they published in 2024 to the insane models they published at the end, as well as the start and middle of this year. Reasoning really became the standard. And now it's just kind of weird when a new model comes out and it's not a reasoning model, because it's so apparent how much this has helped things. Even Anthropic, who was skeptical, decided to put it out anyways, and in their reasoning traces shared them because they didn't know why it worked so well, and were hoping that by sharing the reasoning traces, more people would be able to figure out why this works as well as it does. As Simon says here, OpenAI doubled down on the reasoning stuff with O3, O3 Mini, and O4 Mini, and now GPT-5 is also a reasoning model. Remember back in the day when the O models were the reasoning models and the GPT ones were the non-reasoning? Crazy how that's changed, isn't it? Now reasoning is just a checkbox for the model. I also love that he's referring to reasoning as a trick. It effectively is. And this is what Karpathy had to say. By training LLMs against automatically verifiable rewards across a number of environments, like math and coding puzzles, LLMs can spontaneously develop strategies that look like reasoning to humans. They learn to break down problem solving into intermediate calculations, and they learn a number of problem solving strategies for going back and forth to figure things out. You can see this in the DeepSeek R1 paper. Running reinforcement learning with verifiable rewards turns out to offer high capability per dollar, which gobbled up the compute that was originally intended for pre-training. Therefore, most of the capability progress of 2025 was defined by the LLM labs chewing through the overhang of this new stage. And overall, we saw roughly similarly sized LLMs, but much longer RL runs. What this means is that previously, all of the work was going into collecting the data and organizing it to train the model to be as capable as possible right when the weights came out. But with all of this reinforcement learning stuff, combined with reasoning and how effective you can tune it with reinforcement learning, more and more effort went into adjusting the model after it was made using these techniques, because it ended up being cheaper per benchmark point overall. So as funny as it sounds, a lot of the models that we were excited about this year weren't necessarily new models. This has been very common with OpenAI in particular, who allegedly, I don't have any internal confirmation on any of this, allegedly has not used a new model pre-RL in most of the year. We have been using the same base model from OpenAI with more reinforcement done on top. They've not changed their pre-training at all. Allegedly, this might change in the near future too, but yeah, a lot of this has been the models being adjusted by throwing more reinforcement after. Every notable AI lab released at least one reasoning model in 2025. Some labs released hybrids that could run in reasoning mode and non-reasoning modes. Many API models now include dials for increasing or decreasing the amount of reasoning applied to a given prompt. It took Simon and myself as well a while to understand what reasoning was useful for. Initial demos showed it solving mathematical logic puzzles and counting the R's in Strawberry, two things I didn't find myself needing into my day-to-day life with model usage. Turns out the real unlock of reasoning was in driving tools. Reasoning models with access to tools can plan out multi-step tasks, execute on them, and continue to reason about the details such that they can update their plans to better achieve their desired goals. One example of how this works, or one example of this working well, is AI-assisted search, which now actually kind of works. Hooking up search engines to LLMs had questionable results before, but now I find even my more complex search and research questions can be answered by GPT-5 thinking in ChatGPT. Also in T3 chat. Check it out if you haven't. They're also really good at writing code. They can think about what could be wrong and fix the code much better too. When you combine reasoning with tool use, you get the year of agents. This is a fun admission. This is why I love Simon. He started the year making a prediction that agents were not going to happen. I want to read this. He was on the Oxide and Friends podcast. Love that podcast. And one of his predictions was that within a year, agents will fail to happen again because he just hadn't seen any real progress forward in 2024. I remember 24 hearing people talking about agents and none of them could even define what it was or why it would matter. And that has changed a lot since. Throughout 24, everybody was talking about agents, but there were few to no examples of them working. Further confused by the fact that everybody used the term differently, and they all appear to be working from different definitions entirely. By September, Simon was fed up and By September, Simon had gotten fed up of trying to avoid the term because it was so overloaded that he decided to make his own clear definition, which is an LLM that runs in a loop to achieve a goal. Specifically, it runs tools in a loop. This unblocked me from having productive conversations about them, which was always his goal with terminology for tech like this. Didn't think agents would happen because he didn't think the gullibility problem could be solved. I'm curious how he defines the gullibility problem. LLMs believe anything you tell them. Any systems that attempt to make meaningful decisions on your behalf will run into the same roadblock. How good is a travel agent or a digital assistant or even a research tool if it can't distinguish truth from fiction? Yep. And I can see why reasoning would help a lot with that. The idea of replacing human staff members with LLMs was laughable at the time. He was half right in his prediction. The science fiction version of a magic computer assistant that does anything you ask of her did not materialize. I love the link to her. But if you define agents as LLM systems that can perform useful work via tool calls over multiple steps, then agents are here and they are proving to be extraordinarily useful. Yep. I use agents every day for all sorts of work, which is kind of crazy. The two breakout categories are coding and search. Yes. The deep research pattern, where you challenge an LLM to gather information as it churns away for 15 plus minutes, building you a detailed report, was popular in the first half of the year, but fell out of fashion now that GPT-5 thinking, as well as Google's AI mode, all of these now can produce comparable results in a fraction of the time. I consider these to be an agent pattern and one that works really well. I agree. But coding agents are a much bigger deal. This is the year of coding agents in Claude Code. The more impactful event of 2025 happened in February with the quiet release of Claude Code. I say quiet because it didn't even get its own blog post at the time. Anthropic bundled the Claude Code release in as the second item in the post announcing Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Why did Anthropic jump from 3.5 to 3.7? It's because they had an update to 3.5 in October, but kept the name, but we all called it 3.6. Yeah, they burned a whole version number because of their naming. Claude Code is the most prominent example of what I call coding agents, LLM systems that can write code, execute the code, inspect the results, and then iterate further. And now all of the major labs have put out their own coding CLIs. I want to put in a quote that I just heard from Boris in a video recently that I think will contextualize why the Claude Code thing happened later.
The models are moving.
Let me find this.
From the beginning of Anthropic, and he was like at other labs before, And so I think he really understood the scaling laws kind of internally about how quickly the models are improving. And so he actually pushed me really hard to be like, don't build for the model of today, build for the model 6 months from now. And so honestly, for a long time, Quad Code was not a great product. And even when it was used internally, I used it for maybe like 10% of my code or something like this. I use it sometimes, but it really just can't do most things because the model is not capable enough. And then at some point we released Sonnet and Opus 4, and I think this was maybe March of this year. And the product just worked. And we saw this in kind of the usage data, and I saw this in my own coding. I started to be able to use it for probably like half of my code. And this was totally borne out because this was actually like literally 6 months after starting the project. This was the timeline. And, at this point, most of Quad Code is written using Quad Code. I think it's like 80 or 90%. If you look at teams at Anthropic.
Yeah. This particular section of this interview was fascinating to me. This idea that they didn't build Claude Code around what the models did now. Boris built Claude Code around what he was hoping the models would be able to do in 6 months to a year. And then it could. And then it did. And here we are. It's very interesting. And I've been thinking a lot about this particular quote because it shows why Claude Code was such a quiet release. And it also shows a different way of thinking about how you build right now. If you're willing to make bets on these things continuing to improve, you have a good chance of success. And if you build a tool that models can sometimes use to do meaningful work right now, but if the models were better, the tools will work better. That's the right thing to build. I've been thinking about this way of thinking for a while because Sam Altman said something similar at a YC event. He said that if you're concerned about the model getting better and how it might hurt your startup, think to yourself, if the models get better, does this make your product better or worse? If the models get better, if the models improving makes your business less relevant, like, I don't know, maybe you do recipe suggestions. So if the models get better, then your dedicated app for recipes might not be as useful anymore. You might be screwed. But if the model's improving makes your app better, maybe you're doing an AI coding tool so a smarter model can make it more useful or more usable, then that's a good thing to be building. But I hadn't thought of this specifically as building for if the models get better. And that makes the success of Claude Code and when the success of Claude Code happened make much more sense. It really comes down to building the harness around your aspirations and then the aspirations being hit and now everything works. I'm going to drop this link in there so I have it. Apparently, Simon was playing with things like this in early 2023 with a system with the ChatGPT code interpreter, which was baked into ChatGPT that let it run Python code safely in a Kubernetes sandbox. He was delighted this year when Anthropic finally put out their equivalent in September, albeit under the baffling initial name of Create and Edit Files with Claude. In October, they repurposed that container sandbox infrastructure to launch Claude Code for Web, which he's been using on almost daily basis ever since. I have not tried Claude Code for Web yet. I probably should, considering how much I have been using Claude Code lately. We'll see. Claude Code for Web is an asynchronous coding agent, a system that you can prompt and forget, and it will work away at the problem and file a pull request when it's all done. OpenAI has this with Codex Cloud, which has been renamed to Codex Web recently, which launched in May. Gemini has Jules, which also came out in May. Then there's also companies like Devin that are building just this. Simon loves the asynchronous coding agent category. They're a great answer to the security challenge of running arbitrary code execution on a personal laptop, and it's really fun being able to fire off multiple tasks at once, often from my phone, and get decent results a few minutes later. He has a whole bunch of articles about that if you're curious. But as he was talking there, this is exciting because he doesn't have to run things on his computer. But if you do want to run things on your computer, the command line of 2025 helped that a lot too, with the LLMs finding their way to the command line. Apparently, he already had an LLM tool for command line, so you could ask questions in the CLI and get responses, which he really liked doing. Again, Unix pipes all make sense. Claude Code and friends have Claude Code and friends have conclusively demonstrated that developers will embrace LLMs on the command line given powerful enough models and the right harness. It helps that terminal commands with obscure syntax like sed and ffmpeg and bash itself are no longer a barrier to entry when any LLM can spit it out the right way, right for you. I totally agree. I know a couple devs that were always a little scared of the CLI that through Claude Code, Codex, and things like that find themselves using the CLI more. Even I find myself configuring my CLI more. Usually I get it set up and then don't touch it. I have edited my Zish profile and my Zish RC file more this year than the 5 years prior. And apparently Claude Code itself has $1 billion a year of revenue, which is kind of crazy, but also I'm on the $200 a month tier. Makes sense. I'm not calling it ZSH. It's Zish. I'm sorry. Even if the creator of Zish says it's ZSH, it's Zish. I'm sorry. Don't spell it in a pronounceable way if it's not pronounceable. It's bash and Zish, not bash and ZSH. No. Be realistic, guys. Okay, I know the real name is Z-Shell, but I'm calling it Zish. It's Zish. Prime would be proud. That's almost insulting. I don't talk about the SH shell. Can LLMs automate pronouncing things properly? You know what I say to that? YOLO. The year of YOLO and the normalization of deviance. This is one of the most interesting trends. On one hand, people are having their home folders deleted. On the other, they are letting these agents run for hours at a time. And now I'm guilty of the same. I bet if I was to up arrow on this random terminal, yep, this was an allow dangerous. I haven't had the balls to override the command to always have this. I am tempted. I am very tempted. I'm not quite there yet. Regardless, the idea of YOLO mode is nuts, that we now trust these tools enough to let them just run rogue on our computers. Codex goes as far as aliasing their dangerously bypass approvals and sandbox flag to -- YOLO, which I love. Using an agent without the safety wheels feels like a completely different product. Yep, it's crazy how not having to say yes over and over changes how you use these things. This is also why asynchronous coding agents are cool, because when they run in YOLO mode, they're less likely to cause problems. Simon runs in YOLO mode all the time, despite being deeply aware of the risks involved. And it hasn't burned him yet. But that's the problem. One of his favorite pieces in LLM security this year is the normalization of deviance in AI by security researcher Johan Reberger. Hopefully I got his name right. Johan describes the normalization of deviance phenomena where repeated exposure to risky behavior without negative consequences leads people and organizations to accept that risky behavior as normal. Yep, very common. If people do things that are risky and nothing happens to them, they keep doing it. This is why Space Shuttle Challenger crashed. Yep. Since so many launches were successful, people stopped caring as much about the risks and didn't take things as seriously. The longer we get away with running these systems in fundamentally insecure ways, the closer we are getting to a Challenger disaster of our own. Yeah. Should I always use dangerously skip permissions? Probably not. But I have a really interesting side benefit here where if I use this and it causes me problems, I can make content out of it. So the risk profile is different for me than it is for most people, certainly most companies. And if you could run a risk of this deleting all of your production data or nuking your system, That's a lot worse for you than it is for me on my laptop, where I intentionally don't keep prod keys for any of our major services. And if it does something it shouldn't and nukes my machine, I can make a really, really good video about it. Speaking of things getting normalized and causing problems, this is also the year of the $200 a month sub. I currently am on the $200 a month tier on Cursor, on OpenAI with ChatGPT and Codex, with Claude Code as of like a few days ago, so I want to take advantage of the 2x, and with Google, so that I could do VO3 back in the day, and now I have too much data in my Google Drive, and I'm scared to downgrade the tier and deal with all of that, and it's a business expense, but like, yeah. I am now on 5 $200 a month subs. That's 12 grand a year to AI subs. That's stupid. That is absurd. I'll probably do a whole video where I break down all of them and finally go and cancel most. I thought that the OpenAI $200 a month happened first. Am I wrong? I was pretty sure OpenAI started this and then Anthropic copied them. And then Google did the same when they did the new VO stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the order. I might be wrong. Fact check me in the comments. These are definitely driving crazy revenue. They also have a weird side effect here where for most users, like the reason they can do the $200 a month plan, half or more of those users are going to use nowhere near $200 a month. And they have other things like the API pricing that is a pretty consistent margin win for all of these businesses. And they have a ton of people in the $20 tier that are barely using the service. The reason that these $200 plans are so useful is that they enable those crazy users who do $1,000 to $2,000 of stuff a month to do that. Because like I've done almost $1,000 of inference, if not more, with my $200 a month plan on Claude in the last week. And the reason they let me do that is because they get a bunch of sentiment wins from it. Since I'm paying them $200 a month, I feel like I'm paying a fair amount for what I'm doing. They give me way more than $200 a month of inference. I then have more to talk about and share. So it's effectively a marketing expense that is subsidized by all of the other subscriptions and all of the API usage, not killing them in the process. But this has a weird side effect for businesses like mine with T3 Chat, where we don't have the ability to eat those margins the same way. In fact, it's almost the opposite. We are paying the highest price tier for a lot of these models doing the inference. And that ends up subsidizing those really expensive $200 a month users that are doing $1,000 of inference a month. I subsidize my use of Claude Code by paying full price for T3 Chat. And that's weird because it kind of is a monopoly thing where the companies that make the models can arbitrarily charge whatever they want to the companies trying to use the models and then introduce these subscription tiers that give you way more than you're paying for because the costs are subsidized, thereby killing our ability to offer our own subscriptions in the certain tiers and areas that they're interested in. If this does end up being the case and long term it succeeds in the goal of killing companies like T3 Chat, they won't have anyone paying those subsidized costs and they'll have to bump the prices. But hopefully by then the model costs go down and hopefully we'll survive it too. This is why I love the open weight models. I don't want to die because these companies are subsidizing thousands of dollars of inference for $200 a month. Apparently Simon gets early access for Anthropic stuff. I still don't. They're the one lab that doesn't give me early access to anything, even though I pay them the most money of the labs. Maybe that'll fix, or maybe that'll change in 2026. I'm liking Claude Code enough. Maybe they'll like me too. He also calls out that you have to use the models a lot in order to spend $200 of API credit. So you'd think that this makes economic sense for most people to pay by token instead. Turns out tools like Claude Code and Codex CLI can burn through enormous amounts of tokens once you start setting them more. That said, when you use Claude Code and Codex CLI for harder tasks, they'll do enormous amounts of token usage. And the $200 a month ends up being a substantial discount. Yeah, I logged my usage to the best of my ability. They make it hard to do that in Claude Code. Way over $1,000 in a couple weeks. You get the idea. This is also the year of Chinese models, which, again, a good way to offset things. 2024 saw some early signs of life from the Chinese AI labs, mainly in the form of Qwen 2.5 and early DeepSeek. DeepSeek v3 was end of 2024, and it was so good that I started building T3 chat. They were neat, but they didn't feel world-beating. DeepSeek v3 was so close to Sonnet 3.5 at the time and was so much cheaper. I don't fully agree. They weren't world-beating, but they were unbelievably exciting. But this all changed in 2025. His AI in China tag for his blog has 67 posts from 2025 alone, and he also missed a bunch of releases. He didn't cover GLM 4.7 or Minimax 2.1. But when you look at the chart, these models are doing great. GLM 4.7, Kimi K2 Thinking, Mimo V2 Flash, DeepSeek v3.2, Minimax M2.1 are all Chinese open weight models. The highest non-Chinese model in the chart is OpenAI's GPT OSS 120 billion, which comes in 6th place. In my State of AI 2025 video, I go much deeper on all of this, so feel free to watch that or read his article if you want to learn more about the Chinese models, because I want to talk about a couple other pieces here. Because I want to talk about some other pieces here a bit more. Long tasks is one of my favorites, and there are a lot of layers to this one I want to dive into. This is how many hours does a given task take for humans to do, and is a model able to do this half or more of the time? So exploiting a buffer overflow in this particular library would take experienced humans in the field about 2.5 hours to do. And it was mid-2025 where we started to see models that half or more of the time could complete that same task. And Opus has been added, and it broke the chart. Opus can complete tasks that normally would take a human 5 hours with a 50% plus success rate, which is crazy. That's why I've been able to hand it these insane tasks like refactoring an entire repo to go from 1 package to 5, create the monorepo structure, handle all of the weirdness with Turbo Repo, and build a mobile app from scratch in 1 fire. Just absurdity. That's one of the crazy things that changed. Like, we're talking even mid to late 2024, the best these models could do is like half an hour of real world work. And now they're doing 5 hours of it. That's a huge, huge change. Probably the single biggest change of the year. Meter's conclusion, Meter's the ones who made that study, by the way, they concluded that the length of tasks AI can do is doubling every 7 months. Simon's not convinced this pattern will continue, but it's still pretty crazy. I do expect it to tap out at some point, but we're in a crazy time. There's also one of the things I want to dig into on the state of AI coding from Graptile. Over this year, the number of lines changed per PR on average, this isn't just AI PRs, this is PRs in general, went up 33% from March to November. That is crazy real world, that's a crazy real world change when you consider the fact that that's not just AI generated code. The average PR is being pulled up in size because the amount of work these models can do is going up in length. The number of, or the lines of code per dev is also growing from 4,450 to 7,800. Is this over a window? Is this like per month? Okay, that's per month. Interesting. So yeah, the number of lines of code per dev has gone up 76%. Crazy. Crazy. A medium team's average output has gone up by 89%. So a team of 6 to 15 has increased output from around 7,000 lines of code to 13,000 lines per dev. And the number of lines changed per file is also going up, although not quite as much. This all, I think, plays into these longer task things. The fact that it can do work for longer increases the scope of the work being done, which drives up all of these things. And the people who are on the bleeding edge, like myself, are nearing the point where we are barely even using our editors. I spend more time reviewing code in GitHub than I do writing it in my editor now, by a lot. There was also some crazy development in image editing, but not a thing I want to talk about here. We're here for dev stuff. More models started to win gold in academic competitions and in crazy programming contests. Cool, awesome. Not what we're here for. We're talking about real world stuff. It's also the year that Llama fully fell off. Remember Llama 4 in April? They never even released the big version. Yeah, the Llama 4 behemoth, 2 trillion parameter version just disappeared. Just gone, quietly, vanished. We'll see how that goes, but for now, it's pretty dead. But here is where things get really interesting. The year OpenAI lost their lead. I did my video about how OpenAI has fallen into second place. Highly recommend it. Really proud of that video. Also really proud of the thumbnail. They are second place in almost everything, and it finally got bad enough they declared a code red internally. This is another one of my favorite charts in the grep tile piece here. They track how much, they track how popular the different SDKs are for using the different models in code. OpenAI's SDK obviously has blown up over time. From 2023 to now, it has grown from about 800,000 installations a month. This is PyPy monthly. So it went from about 800,000 installs a month to 130 mil. But in that same time frame, Anthropic has grown massively, over 1,547x since April of 2023, where they were at 0.0. It's a rounding error on here. It just goes down to 0. And now they are pulling 30 to 31 million installs a month. To compare the ratio difference here, which is very interesting. At the worst points, OpenAI's SDK was installed 45 times more than Anthropic's. That gap's now down to 4.2x. Fascinating. Super interesting to see stuff like this. Also, if you're curious, I know I was, the success of the Vercel AI SDK is also very interesting. Remember, this is this is PNPM, remember, this is pip plus NPM. But the Vercel AI SDK is NPM only, yet it is still getting half as much popularity as the Anthropic SDKs. Very, very interesting to see. The Vercel AI SDK is going to be remembered as one of the most important things that has been built by Vercel. It will probably outpace Next.js in terms of overall impact, which is just hilarious if you think about it. But another part of why OpenAI is struggling is Gemini. I personally think Gemini's stuff is best used for bulk data processing, vision bullshit, especially if you're trying to analyze 2D images, and for generation of images and video as well. Video, they're not as good at anymore, they've been trounced, but images, they are still king. But I hate using these models, especially for work. They just hallucinate tool calls, spit out JSON. They suck to work with. But man, are they capable. Capable enough that OpenAI is now scared, and the fact that they're running their own TPUs makes it even scarier. It's also the year that Pelicans could finally ride bicycles via SVG. This is Simon's favorite thing, is to ask a model to try and generate an SVG of a Pelican on a bike, and now they've gotten pretty decent. His favorite is still the GPT-5 one that he got when we were hanging out at the GPT-5 early access thing that we did, which is still so cool. And this is also the year that he built 110 tools. And this leads into the clickbaity start I did here. The majority of the code we write is no longer written by hand, but we're also writing 10 times more code. It's kind of crazy. I put out 3 to 5 apps last year. I put out 15 this year, and I have a bunch more I use internally only. It's so much easier to build a useful thing than it's ever been. And it's resulted in me writing, well, I guess publishing way more code than ever, even if I'm not writing it myself. If you haven't checked out I have a video about Claude Code coming out very soon where I go in depth on all of the ways I use it without ever opening an editor. That I did not think I would become this. Like, this was a 2-week journey where I went from, it's fine, but I'm going to stick with Cursor, to, I can just use my computer differently now. I still love Cursor. Obviously, I'm an investor, so account for that bias. When I'm working on real projects and real code bases, I spend a lot of time in Cursor. But when I'm dicking around with new stuff, greenfield, fixing my computer, changing stuff, I do really, really like what Claude Code can do. Yeah. 110 tools that he released and posted about is so cool. Here are some of his examples of apps. Blackened cauliflower and Turkish style stew. It's a ridiculous app he made. It's a custom cooking timer for anybody who needs to prepare Green Chef's blackened cauliflower and Turkish style spiced chickpea stew recipes at the same time. It's just such a weird, specific need that he vibe coded a solution for. And he also made an app, Is It a Bird, based on the classic XKCD comic, one of my all-time favorites. When a user takes a photo, the app should check whether they're in a national park. Sure, easy. I'll look it up with the GIS system. Give me a few hours. It'll also check if the photo is of a bird. I'll need a research team in 5 years. In CS, it can be hard to explain the difference between the easy and the virtually impossible. Classic. And it is both way easier and way harder now thanks to AI. But he built an app that will tell you if a photo is of a bird or not using transformers.js in a small 150 meg model, which is hilarious. It also made a custom blue sky thread viewer. Super cool. Custom SVG renderer, markdown renderer, alt text extractor, privacy-friendly personal analytics tool that he built against local storage to keep track of which tools he's using the most often. Super interesting. And then a personal favorite section, the year of the snitch. I like this section because I'm in it. I'm really proud that my silly little benchmark for measuring how models snitch with people, or my little silly benchmark measuring how aggressively models snitch, has become a thing that is referenced in all sorts of crazy places. We're actually working on getting some research done with it and fully flushing it out. Super exciting. Thank you, Simon. This is one of the highlights of my year, when Simon just did a blog post about a thing he thought was cool, having not much idea of who I was or anything. But we've since become good friends, and I'm lucky to have Simon in my life. And we'll also be working very hard in 2026 to make Simon make much more money, because he should not be doing this content for free. Speaking of which, Simon, if you're watching this, you're getting half of my sponsor revenue and ad revenue for this video as incentive to get off your ass and do sponsors. It's time, man. Let me take the fall if there is fall for it. Tell the world I bullied you into doing it. You should be paid, and paid well, for this work. These things are too good, man. It's time. And back to the title as we enter the year of vibe coding. In a tweet from February, Karpathy coined the term vibe coding. Crazy that was just 10 months ago. And this became a lot of different definitions. His definition was a bit long. I have a lot of videos about this if you haven't already seen them. But my own relationship with vibe coding has changed too, where I went from, oh, haha, you can make a project without reading the code. That's kind of cool. To wait, this is cool as hell, to, oh, fuck, this code sucks. I need to spend a lot more time on it. To this new, different place I'm in, where you start to build an instinct, an intuition for how much effort you should put into reviewing things and where you should put that effort in. Over time, I have found myself in a much better spot in terms of how I think about these tools and how I think about vibe coding and when I do and don't bother reading the code. And the result is that I code entirely differently. So it's kind of crazy how the original idea of vibe coding was don't look at the code, just let the tool do its thing, which seemed ridiculous because the models and the tool sucked. It was fun for really small one-off things, but didn't make any sense. the tool or the term got appropriated for using AI to code at all, even if you're reading all the code, which was dumb. So people started using the term for things that weren't really vibe code. I refused to associate with the term because I wasn't doing that. And then as the models and tools got better, I found myself doing traditional vibe coding where I wasn't even reading the code for one-off changes, building side projects, spinning up all sorts of shit. I would say that the majority of the code I wrote this year was vibe coded. It was source code that I built for a one-off project and never read. Again, the Claude Code video is coming, but if we look at this project, and I kill the Git part because I'm using JJ now, we'll see that this project has 12,000 lines of code written in 2 days from scratch, 0 by me. I have not opened this into editor or changed a line of code in this project. Everything has been through Claude Code. That's crazy. That's a lot of fucking code. But as Simon says, he doesn't know if he's ever seen a new term catch on or get distorted so quickly ever. Yeah. And I've cited Simon's work so much as I talk about vibe coding. He has done his best to maintain the original term and find ways to talk about the stuff that makes sense. He used vibe engineering as a new term for when professional engineers use AI assistants to build production-grade software, which I also really like. He put a lot of work in here. As he said at the bottom, I should really get a less confrontational linguistic hobby. So real. So fucking real. One more piece on vibe coding, though, that I've been thinking a lot about. There's this article from Peter that is really good. And as always, like, all of this is linked in the description. So check the description if you want more info. Peter's been sharing more about the crazy things he does with Codex, not Claude Code. Sounds crazy, I know, but he has surprisingly good reasons. This article starts with what changed since May. It's incredible how far vibe coding has come this year. Where in May, he was amazed that some prompts could produce code that worked out of the box. This is now the expectation. I feel the same way. I remember that feeling when I was at the OpenAI office playing with the early version of GPT-5 in Cursor, and I asked it to do a thing that was way out of the reach of previous models. Did it no problem. And then I pushed it a bunch to see how far it would go, and eventually I gave it the implementation of go build profiles for T3 chat, and it added like 60 or 70 type errors to the code base, code that was never recoverable. It's like, oh, it tried. It took an hour and it failed, but it tried. The fact that that was in fucking like June or July, and since then, most labs have a model that can do that task is crazy. The things that were the haha, of course it can't do that 3 months ago are now just the expectation. It's crazy how fast that shifted. That was the models getting better, the harness is getting better, our expectations getting better, Claude.md files getting better, all of these things improving. He also calls out this interesting vibe that you start to develop over time. Traditionally, it felt like you had to be writing code to know when your abstractions were wrong, and I totally agree there. I really thought that. But now that I'm building projects with my previous understanding of what tools make sense in what ways, and I ask the model to go do the things I would have done, it works. And if the abstraction is wrong, you'll get suspicious when it takes way too long to run or it fails to do it first try. That's when you know something's wrong. This whole article is awesome. I highly recommend you check it out. If you haven't, links in the description. Back to the original that has been driving us around. Mostly because I want to complain about MCP. Oh, actually, one last thing on his article. I didn't clarify why he likes Codex more. Codex is slower, it reads more files, it checks more things, but it's more likely to get a correct result in the end. So he doesn't mind using it. He just spins up a bunch of things running it at the same time. Even if the harness isn't quite as powerful, the model is more willing to just spin and find things and check files and pull way more in. So it has higher, so he claims for hard work, it has a higher success rate. And honestly, I've kind of seen that. But the feedback loop on Claude Code is so much tighter that I still find myself using it. Depends on the work. If I do a deep dive on Codex again, it is purely because of him. He is my inspiration to try it. Back to where we were, because I want to complain about MCP. Simon calls this section the only year for MCP. I understand why. Him and I have similar takes on this. Anthropic introduced the Model Context Protocol spec in November of last year. Well, 2024, 2 years ago now. Crazy. It was an open standard for integrating tool calls with different LLMs. In early 2025, it exploded in popularity. There was a point in May where OpenAI, Anthropic, and Mistral all had rolled out API-level support for MCP within 8 days of each other. It's a sensible enough idea, but the huge adoption was surprising. Simon thinks this comes down to the timing. MCP's release coincided with the models finally getting good at and reliable at tool calling, to the point that a lot of people appear to have confused MCP support as a prereq for models to use tools. Yep, models are much better at editing files and running commands than they are at calling MCP, and MCP is such an implementation nightmare that it doesn't make sense for most things. For a while, it also felt like MCP was a convenient answer for companies that were under pressure to have an AI strategy, but didn't really know how to do that. Adding MCP means you're now an AI company, right? The reason he thinks MCP is a one-year wonder is the stratospheric growth of coding agents. It appears that the best possible tool for any situation is Bash. If your agent can run arbitrary shell commands, it can do anything that can be done by typing commands into a terminal. Turns out that's most things. Since leaning heavily into Claude Code and Friends myself, I have hardly used MCP at all. I have found CLI tools like GH and libraries like Playwright to be a better alternative to the GitHub and Playwright MCPs. Anthropic themselves appear to acknowledge this later in the year with the release of the brilliant skills mechanism. See Simon's October post, Claude skills are awesome, maybe a bigger deal than MCP. MCP involves web servers and complex JSON payloads. A skill is a markdown file in a folder, optionally accompanied by some executable scripts. A skill is a markdown file in a folder, optionally accompanied by some executable scripts. Yeah, makes sense. Usually it's just a markdown file, which is kind of hilarious, but it's a lot better than the chaos that is MCP and implementing all of this bullshit in your servers. They also introduced code execution for MCP, which kind of pulls the whole thing together in such a funny way. I have a lot of videos about that. Also, I didn't know this. Simon was able to reverse engineer skills for Anthropic a week before they announced it, and then this did the same thing for OpenAI 2 months after. MCP got donated to the Agentic AI Foundation, which is part of the Linux Foundation, at the start of December, and then skills became an open format on the 18th. Awesome. Then we have the AI browsers. I want to do a whole video about my concerns here, but not yet. The year of the lethal trifecta. Yep. Suddenly, external communication, private data, and untrusted content. Models have access to a lot more things now. Scary. And then the deep dive I have yet to do, but I am planning to very soon. Simon's my biggest inspiration to do it. The year of programming on my phone. Simon wrote significantly more code from his phone this year than on his computer. Through most of the year, this was because he leaned into vibe coding so much. Tools.simonwillison.net is a collection of HTML plus JavaScript tools that are mostly built that way. You have an idea for a project, prompt Claude Artifacts or ChatGPT or now Claude Code on the web via their respective iPhone apps, then either copy the result and paste it into GitHub's web editor or wait for a PR to be created that he could then review and merge into a mobile Safari. Yeah. These tools are usually 100 to 200 lines of code for him, full of uninteresting boilerplate and duplicated CSS and JS patterns, but 110 of them add up to a lot. Yep. Up until November, Simon would have said that he wrote more code on his phone, but the code that he wrote on his laptop was clearly more significant, fully reviewed, better tested, and intended for prod use. But in the past month, that's changed, because Opus 4.5 is capable of doing things in Claude Code on his phone that are much more complex than what he would do before, including code that he intends to land in non-toy projects, including Django. Yeah. I feel very similar. This, not the phone part, but like the vibe code, just writing the thing in my terminal thing. Yeah. He was even able to port the new Fabrice project, MicroQuick.js. If you don't know, Fabrice Ballard, creator of FFmpeg, of QEMU, of Quick.js, and a bunch of other random shit. He just put out a new JS runtime, and he wanted to port the C library to Python, and was able to get it most of the way there via prompting Claude Code on his phone. That is insane. Absolutely insane. And this is also a big change in how we code and why we're writing more and more code automatically. It's the year of conformance suites. Suddenly, having really good test benches makes things way, way better because a model can see the error, see where it came from, and go fix it. They now have the ability to do these types of loops, which is a huge change. If you're introducing a new protocol or even a new programming language to the world in 2026, Simon strongly recommends introducing a language-agnostic conformance suite as part of the project. I agree. Local models got good this year, but cloud models got even better. Also agree, cover that more in my State of AI video. Local models are now useful, but cloud models are now unbelievably powerful. Like, you can do real work with them now. Simon, you haven't upgraded your laptop yet? I will literally buy you a laptop, man. Let's chat. Last pieces, the year of slop. Slop is now a very popular term. He wrote about it in May of 2024, landing quotes in Guardian and New York Times shortly after. Now it's the word of the year for Merriam-Webster. Hilarious. It's also the year that data centers got extremely unpopular. Public opinion has shifted aggressively against data centers. More than 200 environmental groups have demanded a halt to new US data centers. A lot of people claim this is water usage. I think it's more generally power is the biggest problem with it. But yeah, people now hate data centers. We're going to probably start seeing some really scary shit of people like tearing them down and like protesting at data centers and shit. It's going to be a weird year. And here are Simon's favorite words of the year: vibe coding, vibe engineering, the lethal trifecta, context rot, where models get dumber as the context grows too long. Context engineering is an alternative to prompt engineering, making sure the right context exists in the models. This is probably my favorite of the year, managing what context the models have so they're more likely to go in the right direction. I'd even argue that reasoning is some amount this. Slop squatting, where an LLM hallucinates an incorrect package name, which is then maliciously registered to deliver malware. That's hilarious. Models hallucinating packages, so somebody goes and grabs that package name and makes it malicious. Hilarious. I don't know how Claude Blocker was open on NPM, by the way. I snagged that for my extension for blocking Claude. Or I snagged it for my extension for blocking your tools, like blocking Twitter when you're not running Claude code. But man, this is going to be bad. Vibe scraping. For projects implemented by coding agents driven by, or for scraping projects implemented by coding agents driven by prompts. I've done some weird scraping stuff like this, but probably not a popular term. Asynchronous coding agent, which is a whole thing now, and extractive contributions, which is from Nadia, which is a term by Nadia for open source contributions where the marginal cost of reviewing and merging the contribution is greater than the marginal benefit to the project's producers. Very good. Very good term, very real thing where a PR is even just reading the code, much less merging it. The cost of doing that is greater than the benefit of if the code was there. And one more great term from chat here. Adam over at OpenCode dropped organic code, written by a human being with an appropriate AI assistance. Makes sense, as my favorite vegan, that he would drop this one. What a year it has been. The way I code has changed fundamentally. I probably should find some way to do analytics on how much of my code was AI and how much of my code was not. Well, that's a problem for later. Maybe I'll vibe code that out too. Curious how y'all feel though. Did you write way more code overall? And how much of that was yours versus the AI's? Have you felt these changes in the industry and have your peers felt them as well? I'm curious, are you the one person using AI on your team or are you following, or I am actually curious, are you the one person on the team using AI? Are you still bearish on these technologies or do you feel like you're falling behind as all your peers ramp up on these things? Let me know how y'all feel. And until next time, peace nerds. I want to find his before I wrap up. Where's his Twitter? Reminder, check out Simon's blog. Follow him on Twitter. He's the best. And also check out Peter's stuff. He's killing it too. Bye, nerds. Cool. Oh, that was funny. Anyways. So this is top priority. Dope. We did it, Reddit. Maybe watch when I have time. What do you got for me here? I'll check this out. I have it on my watch later. I'll re-add it so it's at the top. Come on, YouTube. Fix your state. There we go. Cool. I gotta run. It is almost 9 o'clock here, and I was supposed to be done at 8:30. People downstairs, and I have food to eat. Let's figure out who we're rating. Oh shit, Leah's live. We'll throw you guys at Leah. See you guys maybe this weekend, probably next week, though. We have enough videos for a bit. Got a lot to do. Thank you all for stopping by. Happy New Year. Sorry, YouTube chat. It broke too hard, so I didn't check you guys as much as I normally do. But thank you all for hanging. Thank you all for everything. 2025 was wild, and I think 2026 is going to be crazier. Goodbye. Goodbye to YouTube as well.